Hello. Oh god, my camera's not on. I'm not ready at all. Oh god. Hi everybody. Welcome to the stream. I definitely did not get consumed into the blackness of the void, and I am no longer one with the light. Definitely not today, haha. Oh, there we go. Hello, it's me. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. How's it going? How's it going? What's up, Luck? What's up, Ravina? What's up, Heretic? What's up, Q? Hello, everybody else out there that hasn't made themselves known yet. We are here. We are here on Saturday. We're ready to go. I don't know about you guys, but I think we're ready to go, with the exception of I am not ready at all. I just need to finish sorting my inventory, I think. Which is a never-ending task that we may never finish. So bear with me. I wish I had more inventories, but this is crazy. Livy on a 95 stream streak. That's crazy. That's crazy. 95 streams in a row? That seems impossible. Nobody could watch that much Hegmo. Unless, oh my god. What up? Oh, that's right. Snoopy's at 124. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh man. I woke up. I slept in today. Well, I woke up really late. Or I woke up really early. I woke up at like 4 a.m. Couldn't go back to sleep for the longest time. It was storming and stuff. Finally went back to sleep. Woke up at 10:30, which is super late for me. I do not normally sleep till 10:30, so I feel like I didn't have a morning. I feel like I didn't have a morning. It's already what time? Melior up. So I had all these crazy plans to, you know, get some stuff done this morning, sort my inventory out, make some room, get rid of this trash. And here we are, beginning a stream. And we're just now getting started. Well, thank you for the whales. Welcome in, whales. Alright, we can do this. I really see the main normally I'd be like, you know what, fuck it. We'll just deal with having a full inventory all day, but somebody has been asking me for Alexandrite from Ambuscade for a month now, and I really feel bad. So I feel like I need to clear my inventory out and try to, because how many stacks can you buy? How many stacks can you buy from the vendor or from Ambuscade? It's like 30 stacks or something, right? I need 30 inventory spots. That's a lot of inventory spots. But I think we can get there. Magic flyers, trash. The stupid April Fool's thing. This is literally just a trash item, right? Some dumb quest that I really don't need to do, I'm assuming. What else do we have on the schedule today? Today we should finish Limbus. I think Ultima is up today, at least. Ultima will be up, but I'll have to play that one by ear if we do Ultima or not. We may sleep on Ultima for today and do it tomorrow. I think there's still some roaming NMs unless they were killed overnight. What else? What else? What else? We need to... I mean, there's all the stuff that we haven't been doing. Like, we haven't been doing Sortie. We haven't been doing Odyssey. There's Puppet Master to continue to trying to get those skills. If we're feeling super not motivated. That could be a good thing to do while we podcast even. You know what I mean? Like if we do the podcast with the boys today, just I mean, just post up and yeah, I don't see why not. Do I have this stored somewhere? I sure do. How's everybody else doing? More importantly, enough about me. What is this? The Hegmo show? What is this? Some sort of Hegmo show? What's going on with you guys? Anything cool and exciting going on in the world of chat? I bet there's gotta be. Somebody's got something cool going on. Will I sort my inventory out? Do I have alabaster matter? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Redoing all your rune fencer gear. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Reworking the whole thing. I was thinking about how, like, on Puppet Master, for example, I don't have anything, like I haven't updated it to account for any new gear. So like, and same with like Paladin. When we were doing I was doing Paladin the other day, I was like, oh, I wonder if Paladin uses like Murky Ring, DT and Store TP or whatever. That seems like it'd be a great Paladin ring. What is all this? Okay. What's this? What is this? But for real though, magic, what are these magic flowers for? Can I just throw this shit away? Come on. Oh my god. Oh, it's just a costume? There's not like a quest or anything associated with it? It's just a junk item? I mean, we're throwing that away, right? We're gonna toss that, right? Ain't no way. We're almost there. Bear with me, please. Please, just bear with me. Boom. Is it early? Did I start early? I do feel like it's still morning time. No, this seems right. Damn. Was there a time change? Where am I? Who am I? I'm wearing sweatpants right now. I might have to take them off and or change. That'd probably be more appropriate. I feel a little toasty. We haven't even gotten started. I feel like I'm sweating. Give me all your goods. All right, I think if I can, I'm not gonna like deep clean. We'll come back to it. Let me just get. Oh my god, how do you still have shit? Let me just trade all the consolidatables. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Created a Galka for the highest level of venturing? Dude, yes. That's fantastic news. I'm welcome. Welcome into Endgame. Not many people make it here. They're afraid. They're scared. But, you know, sort of like last night, I was, Notorious Monster was very eager to do a EX, an extreme in Final Fantasy XIV. And I was like, I'm telling you, man, I have not played this game in like 4 months, maybe. I did one dungeon. And he's like, no, we're going to do it. Let's just do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And you know what? I faced my fears and we persevered. We did end up winning. Granted, we had a 25% echo buff on the fight that we happened to be doing, but we ended up winning. And so, just like that, you know, I think that it's important that you confront your fear and you just become a Galka, because we all know it's the best option. It's not debatable. Like, you can pretend if you want. You can be like, Tartar better, Elvon, Mithra. But, you know you're lying to yourself. You know. And, like, everybody knows. So, you know, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm glad you got there. You know? You played 14 a little bit? Did a little bit of Dawn Trail Story? Hell yeah.
I will never confront.
Nazo, it's okay. When you're ready, we're here. We're here for you when you're ready. Take your time. Do it on your own time. You know, you don't force change for us, but when it feels right for you, we'll be here. We'll be here for you. And thank you so much for the sub. Did some Dawn Trail Story? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Boom, 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 boom. Is oh, that's why. How do I change my I'm like, that's weird. YouTube's really quiet today. The video is unlisted. There you go. There you go, YouTube. That's weird. Nobody's in the YouTube chat. Maybe it's because nobody knows that it's happening. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. Just 17 minutes ago. Okay. I do enjoy 14. It was cool. Actually, you know, I was shocked and surprised at how many people came in the chat last night. We're like, "Whoa, cool, you're playing 14." That was nice. I mean, like, usually when I play 14, I expect everybody to just peace out. So that was cool. The only problem with doing like raid content, like trial content in 14. What's up, Brianna? The only problem with doing trial content in 14 on stream is I cannot look at the chat. I'm so locked into like the movement and the rotation and everything else that like I feel like I'm neglecting the chat when I play it. Okay, yeah. I think we could maybe delist this Damascene Claw. Put something else up for sale. Damn. Astrals are down to 5 mil. That's crazy. Da, 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 da. Okay. Okay, chat. Let's go talk to our daily chat with Kuma, and I'm gonna go to the right spot this time. We're not gonna run past her. Do I know refresh? You would think that I would know the answer to that question. I wonder if I know refresh and phalanx. I must, right? Oh, I actually don't know refresh 1. So I have been holding on to that scroll for good reason. What about phalanx 1? Shijin! Phalanx. Phalanx 2 and phalanx. Okay. So we can toss this phalanx 1 scroll. Talk to Kuma. Somehow I still targeted the wrong NPC. Hey, Kuma. Cool outfit. Okay. Okay. Anything else to be done? Are the campaigns still going on? Can I still do 12? I've forgotten about this. Astrals, yeah, 5 million a stack. That seems low, right? That seems super low. Yeah, they're plummeting. Practically dropping like a rock. Techniques. Oh, we do still have 12. Nice. Nope. 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 What's up, Zelmon? Pets. Nope. Man, we are failing on this phalanx received. Keep the same effects. Yes, let's do it. Nope. Nope. I think we got 1 phalanx augment and it was 2. This entire campaign. Not today. I guess we'll try again tomorrow. This is indeed retail. Indeed. This is the official Final Fantasy XI. Dun, dun. I'm gonna go. Let me go use this refresh scroll before I forget. Boom, 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 boom. Your source for the official Final Fantasy XI. Wait, okay, I'm gonna go change it right now, Zeshret. You know what? Okay, fine. StreamElements.com. Hegmo. My dashboard. Chatbot. Chat commands. I always forget about all these cool things we have. Let's see. Server. There we go. Save. The problem is the reason I don't stock up the concierge is I need to have some restraint. The reason I don't stock the concierge is that every time I would stock it, and maybe this person, if it was an individual person, who knows, has given up at this point and, you know, lost their drive to be a troll. But every time I would stock it up, within 24 hours, all the pearls would be gone. And nobody new would be in the link shell. So somebody was just grabbing one and dropping it, and then grabbing one and then dropping it. And I was like, you know what, that's dumb. I'm not gonna keep playing the game. And people were just using it as a troll. So I you know what? If you want to join the link shell, you have to join the Discord. I think they changed it. I think that it used to be that you could only take one per day. Because I think that when somebody said that before, we looked it up. And it was not the case. Or maybe it was like a, you know, somebody multi-boxing or whatever. Yeah, I think it might be one an hour. But yeah, I mean, they would disappear instantly. They would disappear within like 12 hours. And we weren't getting new people in link shell at any increased rate, so. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Okay, let's go. Feeling pretty good. All right, you guys know what time it is. I think we all know what time it is. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. There's two Pikachus in the chat right now. Just noticed that. Okay. So do you think somebody killed the rest of these NMs yet? No, still 19. There's 3 to kill today before Ultima Pomps. And part of me is like, maybe we just leave them. You know what I mean? Maybe we don't kill him in case we don't have time to do Ultima today. We leave a little barrier for entry. Oh, a Japanese group killed your Omega? Dude, congratulations. What a relief. Dun, 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 dun. That's great news for you. Oh, here's the Arcadian. I think I'm going to kill him. I mean, he's right here. I mean... Dun, 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 dun. But I'm also biased because I don't really care about... I don't care about Omega. If they had killed Ultima, I'd be like, man, that sucks. I wanted my data. But, I mean, you can kill Omega all you want. Excuse me, sir. Where do you think you're going? What's my party setup for doing Limbus? Normally, I mean, it depends on the what we're doing. I'm not super min-maxy about it. I know a lot of people do Limbus with like very light healing if they're doing climbing, because you can get away with no white mage basically, because you just need to heal through pulls, which you can generally sleep, and you get full healed when you go through a portal every single time. So a lot of people skip a white mage if they're really trying to rush, but I honestly, I'm gonna be honest, not super pressed. And then like sometimes I go on warrior because it's easy, but sometimes I'll go on monk because I want exemplar points. You know, it just varies day to day. But I usually just go on, like, we just take the party that we already have in. You know what I mean? So like usually a Geo, a Bard, a Core, a Red Mage, White Mage, you know, just the core group. Now let's kill this Yugudo. But if we're doing bosses, I like, if like this Arcadian right here. I think Geo's very, very helpful, and we do evasion buffs. So we do Mombos, double Mombo, and a slip if we have it, because evasion goes a really long way. What's up, Mascara? How good are the exemplar points in there? They're not as good as like if you had a dedicated, really high performance group doing locust mobs. It's not quite as powerful as that, but it's, I don't remember this ranger actually shooting this often. That's cool. Maybe it's just because I'm noticing because he's a Galka, and Galkas with bows are the best. I feel like I was in the middle of making a point. Oh, how good are the exemplar points? Like you'll start chaining. Like right now, I have it set to 135. I think my chat log's bugged. Let's see. What did we kill the last thing? Have we really been fighting this thing for that long? There's an orc. Show me EXP gains. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so like when you get the chain up, you'll start getting like 400 or 500 exemplar points to kill. Unless you're using a double Corsair and or a single Corsair with a Corsair roll or whatever. You'll end up getting like a decent amount. I think it's more like, I look at it as it's an okay passive gain for content that you have to do anyway. You know, and it's like, if I can do Limbus chest farming and also get a little bit of exemplar points, it's worth it to me. You don't need a Geo. I mean, I often do climbing with, like, our Geo will sometimes come on Dragoon or on Dark Knight. When you're climbing, like, the mobs aren't especially dangerous, and it's just about kill speed. And arguably, you can probably kill just as fast, if not faster, with 2 DDs and no Geo. With Lafria, yes. With Lafria, I am for about 2 KTP for Disaster. Because prime weapon skills are very TP hungry. I've actually, I mean, if I were just focused on exemplar points, I'd probably go to locust mobs still. But I don't know if like when what I really like Limbus for is like job points as well. Like the last few jobs I've mastered in Limbus, and I find that to be extremely extremely beneficial, because then you're getting both CP and exemplar points, and you're building units and all the other stuff. Almost all the prime weapon skills have really like almost like exponential TP scaling. Almost all the prime weapon skills are very, very thirsty for TP. So yeah, Origin and Mume, I believe, I can't speak really to Mume because I haven't used it that much. But generally, every single prime weapon skill wants to use like as close to 3k with your TP bonus as possible. But 2k tends to work for me. Yeah, so Mume apparently has a what do you call that? Like the TP what do you call it? For the name evades me. FTP, that's what it was. FTP on Mume at 1k is 3.66. At 2k is 7.33, so double. And then at 3k TP is 11. So you're getting triple the FTP at a 3k equivalent with all your TP bonus. Every time Heg says TP, I say for my bunghole in Beavis and for my bunghole. That's right. And that's how it should be. And honestly, that's the way it's intended. Oh yeah, for sure. Samurai can build TP so quickly. Is this new content? I've never seen this before. Yeah, this is something I'm really excited about. It's called LIMBUS. And boy, am I having a great time. You know, I'm really looking forward to the future of Limbus and like just doing this all the time, because it's such an entertaining and like, look, we're only on floor 1, and I've heard that there's 7 floors to this tower. But I'm really looking forward to how it's gonna pan out. It feels like there's like, I've already seen 3 different mob types and a cool NM. I mean, there's no way this will get repetitive and, you know. What's up, Pride? Fujito, please release us. You're getting 2 clears done this week? Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, I heard if you use the cool strategy that the devs created, then it's like super rewarding. That's what I heard. Du-du-du. Boop. This works like I didn't see anything. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna go. What's this? Oh, what? Ah, fuck. How do we manage Omega's balls? We normally Sleepka. We stymie Sleepka. Once they're all out and he goes standing, and then we zerg him down till he's in sitting phase again, and we usually instantly die. Or no, we zerg him down to sitting phase, try to push him to standing phase before the Sleepka wears off, and then we die, and then we just rinse and repeat. We just zerg him through the standing phase every time. Did my first Limbus clear yesterday. It was nice to finally get the Murky Ring. Gotta get the first Temenos cleared. Dude, that's awesome. I mean, for what it's worth, as much we hate Limbus because we're approaching a year. You know that? Like, we're at what, 9 months of Limbus, and we've been doing the same thing on repeat for the entire time. But the Alabaster and the Murky Ring are still crazy good upgrades. I mean, like, Murky's literally just even at rank 0, Murky is a defending ring with stats on it, which is crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Manifestation Bind can be good too. It's just really hard to time because you don't really know when. I wish we could predict when he was gonna stand. If there was, you know how like Ultima uses Citadel Buster, and you have 60 seconds before the halos come out. I wish that Omega did like some move that queued up. Is it HP based? I've never been able to see like a defining pattern to it, but maybe it is. I mean, if we knew that it was going to happen every 20% or 15% or something, we could queue up a Manifestation Bind and maybe push through multiple cycles. But we always die. Instead of that, we just die usually. Oh, yeah, just sleep the things by the entrance. That's a pro strat. I like when people pull Omega or pull Ultima all the way to the entrance and then pop the halos on the entrance. That's next level. I wonder if they ever despawn. Do you think that after like a couple hours they disappear? Because like they just brick the entire thing. If you do that, you can 100% troll. You can just troll that instance. I wouldn't know anything about it. But if you're on Discord, there might be some degenerates there that perhaps could give you some insight. But, you know, on camera, I have no idea what you're talking about. All right. We don't have to do the 7th floor of north because we already did it. Dun, 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 dun. Wake me up. I can't wake up. You know what's cool is that I'm guaranteed an Alabaster Matter today because we have 2 more to open and we've opened 2 floors. And my next Alabaster Matter, I get to start funneling into my crown again. I wonder if I get... I have exactly 32,000 Temenos units. I wonder if I get enough. Maybe if I get a 5K. No, I should get enough with my unique data. I should get enough to do a Alabaster Earring rank up to 27 as well. Da, 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 da. Okay, this is the last floor north. El Norte. Getting all dolled up. Oh, I just realized too. Do I ever get bored of Limbus? I get soul-crushingly bored of Limbus. I literally crashed out earlier this week. I lost my shit on Limbus. It's not great. I don't look, I'm not even good at it. There's people like Velner, there's people like Livy, there's people like, you know, like they do it all. They do 10 out of 10 runs every week without fail. I barely scrape through my half Limbus clears. I just got super frustrated with doing NMs and stuff. We died like 4,000 times doing tier 2s in Temenos, and then I was like, I should go kill the rest of the roaming NMs, and I should go kill the rest of the roaming NMs, and I legit just like, I think I was playing like in my head. I think it wasn't too bad. It was like 5:30. I usually end stream at like 6 or 6:30, and it was like 5:30, and I went to go do the rest of the roaming NMs, and I engaged one, and I died, and I was like, you know what? Never mind. We're ending stream. Bye, everybody. Yeah, all we had was Qzar. No, Qzar was a huge help. If it wasn't for Qzar, I wouldn't even have finished the tier 2s. I would have just left. Let's end on West. A bunch of players, that's for sure. That is for sure. I think we are podcasting today, actually. A rare 2-week in a row podcast. But I think mostly we're podcasting twice in a row because both Myth and Dex are going to be out next week. Both of our compatriots are going to be gone. So we're getting ahead of the game, baby. Ba-da-dum-dum-dum. Bonk. You have 3 bars of unique data. If I kill this, if we kill Ultima, I should get up to 6 in Temenos. Bottom. E2. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Any opens? Nope, we can run through. Oh. You dummy. Whenever you're ready. Okay. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum. Past the fairies. Kill them. Kill them all. Boom, 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 boom. Da 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 doo 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 doo. Ba-da-da. Perfect. What are we on east? So these are... Hex blood! What up? What up? There's no way I only pulled one Gra, right? That's impossible. Okay, we pulled two. Which geospells help reduce magic damage taken? Fend? Fend is magic defense bonus, I believe. Is usually the go-to one. I think there's also like I can't remember. I think you can also like reduce their magic attack or magic accuracy as well. Let's see. Yeah, it's Fend is magic defense, which is probably the most useful. Is there like a page that has all of the geo spells? Attunement is magic evasion, but I think that Fend is probably better. And then Vex is magic accuracy down, and Fade is magic attack down. So if you really, really, really wanted to reduce specifically magic damage, I would put up Fend and then put up Fade. Yeah, it's a very long grind to upgrade. I mean, it's worth it. Long term, definitely worth it. I mean, my murky or alabaster ring is 26. It ends up with all stats plus 10, I think. A bunch of accuracy and magic accuracy, store TP. It definitely gets good, but Murky ring. I don't remember where I keep mine. Murky ring ends up with accuracy, magic accuracy, evasion and magic evasion, and crit hit rate. I mean, honestly, they're like 85% there without an augment. Just getting the DT and everything is huge, especially for a new player. Like we were talking about this before, and I can't remember if the Kieran and the other fights. Like if you can get some null pieces, the Alabaster and Murky, the Kieran and Fafnir, hands and feet, and an ambuscade cape, you're like almost DT capped. Dilius! Dilius! Almost halfway done with our Limbus, our first Limbus run. I keep remembering that I have to do 2 today. But it's different when we start, shit. Okay, let's just kill all the UVs. It's different when we start the podcast. I think so. The bullet is exceptionally good for Savage Blade, even. I would say so. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. I think Savage Blade is Dex modified, isn't it? So 20 dexterity and minus 50 enmity when you're blasting out 80k Savage Blades every 5 seconds. Oh, maybe it is strength in mind. You're right. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I think the enmity goes a long way though. And there's really not like another bullet option. Like what other bullets do you, I guess using Hawksbach. Hawksbach's probably better, unless you're worried about pulling hate. Yeah. Which I think, now that I look at it, I think my Corsair shot is Hawksbach bullet again. Not again. Yeah, I mean, for stuff that like on Odyssey fights, for example, the enmity can be really huge. 50 enmity down is a lot. But I honestly don't know how to play Corsair. So take what I say with a grain of salt for sure. All right, one more floor of East. Limbus podcast? Those are separate statements. But of course we're going to talk about Limbus. How can we skip a week of complaining about Limbus? We gotta vent. I mean, if you don't vent, how are you ever going to heal? Can't keep all those emotions bottled up. Oh, okay. You wonder if the devs know how bad Limbus is? I don't think they care. I mean, do I think that Fujito goes home at night, tucks into his little bed, and he just has the biggest smile on his face and feeling of accomplishment that he created one of the greatest and most entertaining and enjoyable endgame systems the MMORPG has ever had? I honestly can't imagine that's the case. I can't imagine that he feels exceptionally good about it. Do they know that we'll do it anyway? Absolutely. Like, I mean, I don't know. This is low effort. People are doing it, so whatever. Yeah, you can still. They put him in the curio vendor. That's right. That is right. I mean, they have to have some sort of like, even if it's just like based on their information of how many times the chests have been opened based on grace data and like how many NMs have been killed. And so I would imagine they have to have some level of internal analytics. What percentage of players have you know, augmented a piece of gear or whatever. And that's why a lot of times people will be like, the only way to voice your discontent is to stop doing the content. But here I am. Here I am in Limbus again. Ba-da-dum. You're the problem. Yeah. Hopefully I'm an outlier though. You know what I mean? I hope that, see, my goal is to broadcast it, right? I want everybody in chat to be bored of doing Limbus by the time I'm done, so they don't do Limbus. And that way I'm doing more than you guys could. See, I've shown that only 1 in 36 people are doing Limbus. Oh shit. It's backfiring. No, don't let me influence you. Let's go all the way back here. I only do this as a cautionary tale. We should put a disclaimer up on stream whenever we do Limbus. That's just scrolling across the middle of the screen. That just constantly says, Hegma only does Limbus to show you. This may be considered very harmful or yeah, exactly. Limbus may cause extreme irritation, crash outs, boredom, pregnancy in men, diarrhea, and in most cases, death. 100% of people that do Limbus will die. Oh, you know what? We didn't see NM, did we, in East? It didn't look especially hard, but... Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo. Hangmo does Limbus for illustrative purposes only. You know what I should start doing? This would be way too much work, and I'm not going to do it. Just as an FYI, we should compile all of our Limbus every week into one YouTube video, and be like week 52, Limbus clears, and just to every week we post like a 10-hour video on Sunday, just to prove a point. And then like post at the include in the description like what we earned. +1 alabaster matter, +1 accuracy on my headpiece. Da, 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 da. Make it into a playlist and then send it to the dev team and just be like, this is what you're asking us to do, just so you know. This is 3 months worth of Limbus progression. The playlist is fucking 200 hours long. Fun, excitement. Oh, I need one more. Sahagin. This way. Quickly. Dex Prodios. Oh, you're doing limbo? You're stuck in limbo too? The Dexter. Do, 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 do. And what sucks though is they know. You know what I mean? They know. You have to think about it this way. Okay. If on average, say somebody, a person that's doing a full clear does 10 hours of Limbus. Let's just do the math. 10 hours of Limbus every week to get 10 out of 10. On average. So like you add in NMs and it's more some weeks. You have quite fast weeks and it's shorter some weeks, and say on average you get three alabaster matters a week. that's a full party. So like the full time commitment collectively isn't 10 hours, it's 60 hours. That's crazy. The ring from Ancient Beast Coins. We talked about it last week, but I don't remember the name of it. I don't remember the name. I remember Loquacious. Loquacious earring. Brutal earring. But I don't remember the ring. Where are you, Aarons? Where are you? Come out. God damn it, there's an open UV. We gotta go this way anyway. This little bastard. Limbus is infinitely better, though. This is proven if you make race car noises while you run through it. I mean, it becomes so much better. In fact, if they just added race car noises to the character running animation while you're in Limbus, honestly, I don't think anybody would complain. I think everybody would be fine. You know? What the hell are you doing? Buddy. You want the Limbus music played as the background music at your funeral? How do you spell loquacious? I like the phonetic. I think it's L-O-C-Q. And you lost me from there. I don't know if I have one. Do I have a loquacious? I've got a lot of earrings. I don't think I do. I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna have to remain a mystery. L-O-Q? Yeah. The way Guerre said. L-O-Q-U-A-C-I-O-U-S. Loquacious. Let's what does loquacious mean? Is that a real word? Loquacious, an adjective describing someone who is very talkative, chatty, or fond of conversation, often excessively so. Dexprosius is loquacious. Don't you dare, don't do it, you son of a... Okay. Alright, we'll just fight here. Am I playing as your alt? I wish. Are you streaming today? Is that what you're saying? The other Austin is out there? I don't know who's been doing it, but we have been scoring so many question marks on Shiva. I haven't actively looked for one in like at least 2 or 3 months. They always just pop up. The JP players, I think, have just nailed it. They figured it out. Or somebody has. A loquac sounds like a small, like citrus fruit. Dude, people don't even show up when the NM spawn on Shiva. Oh, loquats are real. Oh, nice. Loqui means eloquent or ventriloquist. Nice. Yeah, maybe you should come to Shiva. Have you ever thought about transferring? Yeah. Okay, my data is full. Can we escape these draws? Did we make it out? If there's a transfer sale, I think like next month. Usually in May. Just sit there and do like spam clap emojis behind me while I'm doing Limbus and crashing out, just trying to get me to tilt even further. Today, not too bad. We actually haven't ripped today. We have not quite yet ripped. I didn't see the NM here though. He might have been in the back of the first floor. Ah, shit. Just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. All right, one more floor. One more tower. Da, 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 da. All right, to the west. To the west. West is best. Da 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 dee, dee, dee. Dude, I want to be on Pup. Man, I want to play Puppet Master. I think Puppet Masters are so cool. I want to get my automaton casting skill up. I'm happy we bought all the attachments yesterday. We got magic up to I think it was over 250 yesterday. By the end of pizza time and everything. And we had like our yap sesh before we switch over to 14. We talked, I left it, you know, just kept hitting maneuvers while we were talking. Got up to I think it was 265 or something like that. Automaton magic. So we're over halfway. We're basically almost done. Da, 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 da. I really want to get my my pup up to cap magic skills so we can go like magic burst nuke stuff. I mastered pup and capped all the combat skills despite not playing it or having any real interest because I was having a fit EXPing and it was easy enough to gear to job point grind on. Hell yeah. Nice. I think pup's cool. I really like Puppet Master. I think that I don't know. I kind of want to like I kind of want to do some crazy stage 5 Puppet Master testing. See how far we can push it. Pup sortie? Dude. I think it'd be cool. Dude, if I could get my pup to like magic burst kill. Switch it to a magic set. Have it do the magic burst objectives. I wonder if you could get it to do like a hybrid magic burst full run. Like if you had it equipped to primarily burst the proper weakened spells. If it would like, you know, fire off some decent nukes if you were like solo skill chaining on Puppet Master. Like making lights and darks if it would just burst with you. That would be cool. Da 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 da. Pew 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 pew. Whoop whoop whoop. I do wish I wish Puppet Master had a little bit more utility. I mean, I think it is cool, like, that it'll protect and it'll haste you and it'll phalanx, but, like, unless it's doing that reliably enough to drop the red mage from the party, it doesn't have, like, the utility that Beastmaster has with, like, ridiculous defense down and attack down. Or that Summoner has with Fleet Wind or, you know, TP denial on either job. Imagine if you could leave the white mage out of the party and just have the white mage puppet. A white mage automaton and then the pup basically acts as like a third damage dealer in the group. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know what the best strat would be. Did I kill enough? West 3? Yeah. Just do it. Just do it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there's Horos. Here we go. How's it been 45 minutes since we killed our last NM? That's crazy. Since we killed that ranger? Oh my god, we've been streaming for an hour and a half? Damn, time flies when you're having such a fun time with your friends. That's crazy. I should armor, tomahawk, Warcry, beat him up. This is a dagger user, so he will start eviscerating me for like 4,000 damage soon. Be on guard. So there should be one more roaming NM floating around somewhere. We're on West 4. Three more floors to go. I need healing. Don't let me sit at orange HP. I'm too scared. Almost there. What's up, Ryu? Gotta get back on that XI grind. I had fun playing 14 yesterday, though. That was fun. I mean, I think I enjoy them differently in different ways. I find much more satisfaction. I'm about to die and eat my words. I find much more satisfaction in Final Fantasy XI long term. You know, just playing through the game, progressing, feeling like I'm making a difference in my progression. I enjoy 11 a lot more, which is why I play it 99% of the time. 14 is fun and rewarding when it is. Yeah, that's basically, I basically do what Sarah Dornan does. I play the first month of every expansion. I get up to level cap. I feel enthusiastic. And then I slowly fizzle out, you know? And then I slowly just fizzle into non-existence. I also get bored with it very quickly. And I think the most fun stuff is stuff that I'm not really comfortable doing. You know what I mean? So like last night, we were doing that Sphene EX. If it weren't for Notorious Monster, I would never have done that content. You know what I mean? There is no chance that I would have logged into Final Fantasy XIV at any point and been like, you know what, let's try joining a Sphene group. It just wouldn't have happened. I don't know if I finished this data. Hold up. No, I didn't. And like if I'm trying to do fates or progression or, you know, doing random like tombstone dungeons, I like literally I lose interest in like 2 or 3 days. You're gonna get me into like the ultimate crazy hard fight progressions. The problem is, like, I can't justify paying a subscription for it because I don't feel motivated to get stronger in the game. And I think that it's part of why I lose motivation in 14 is that, like, I know that I'm going to lose interest for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month or 2 months, you know, and I'll stop playing it. One, I've wasted my $15 or whatever it is. You know, that $15 has disappeared that I paid for the subscription. And two, I know that I'll feel like I'm behind when I get back. And I think that's the one thing that stands out to me about 11 is that if for some insane reason tomorrow I woke up and was like, you know what, I'm gonna stop playing 11 and I'm gonna just only do Alexander, you know, crazy difficulty, whatever fight progression exclusively as my content. I'm only gonna play World of Warcraft for the next 6 months. I would come back and I'd be behind on Limbus matters, and like, you know, some of like Myth would be like, oh yeah, I just finished my 3rd piece of Limbus gear, and I'd be like, oh damn, if I had kept with it I'd have 5 more accuracy, but I wouldn't feel like my entire gear set was negated. And I think that's the biggest thing that demotivates me with 14 is that I'm not interested in the constant churn of gear. And it's the same thing with WoW to a degree. You know, WoW does the same thing where it's like, at least WoW offers a little bit more like gear catch up because Tombstone, their equivalent of Tombstones, their crests are cumulatively capped. So instead of like a 450 every week cap, it's 300 the first week and then 600, then 900, then 1200, and 1500. So like you can grind out catching up. Yeah, 11 is much more horizontal in that sense. Yes. But yeah, I do enjoy playing 400. I do enjoy playing 400, playing 14. I enjoy 14. It's just I can't treat it as like a daily game because it just doesn't hold my interest in the same way. Although I will say Final Fantasy 400, I can't wait. I will say though, I am extremely financially and analytically driven. So I will say, in contrary to that, if I played Final Fantasy 14 on stream tomorrow and suddenly I had 100 viewers and everybody was really hyped and like, oh crap, I can't believe you're playing 14. I love 14. Here's a raid. Here's, you know, this is all these new people from the community. I would 100% play 14 on stream all the time. I would 100% switch because frankly, you know, look, this is a business. I wouldn't quit 11. I'd just probably play. I'd be doing much less Limbus, I guess is a good way to put it. Yeah, they have been following a very formulaic release schedule for a long time. That is true. I know that they've talked about it too. Like they've talked about doing another world reset, and when that sets up opportunities for them to kind of rework some of their systems. I wonder if that'll happen in the next expansion. Presumably, we'll know in a few weeks, huh? What perhaps is coming. I hope whatever's coming in the next expansion is hype. I think a lot of people play it that way. A lot of people play it more RP leaning. No, 14. 14 should have an expansion announcement at the end of April. Now, if they announce an 11 expansion, now we're talking about something different. But I don't think there's any aspirations that's going to happen anytime soon. 11 expansion is going to be announced for the 25th anniversary. You think so? What are we going into 24 this year? So next year, Dex is prophesizing that we will get a Final Fantasy 11 expansion in 2027. Add up the numbers in 2027. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 7 equals 11. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I think the expansion I would expect, honestly, everything takes longer than everybody predicts. I bet we won't see the 14 expansion until like summer 2027, but we'll see. But that is the 25th anniversary next year, right? This is the 24th? Or is this the 20... What year are we on? When the fuck did this game come out? When did Final Fantasy XI come out? 2002. Yeah, so 25th anniversary is next year. And that's 2027. 2 plus 2 plus 7 equals 11. Holy shit. I'm going to make a YouTube video. We should make a conspiracy theory YouTube video.
Quickly. There's no time to explain. I just escaped the bone zone and time traveled
crap.
here to avert a horrible future.
Oh shit. What is it, Johnny?
Okay, maybe there was time to explain.
Oh.
Never mind. I got to tell you that in 2027.
Mm-hmm. Oh no. The time vortex is collapsing. What is it, Johnny? Quick, get it out! Fuck. Shit. $3K? No alabaster. You son of a bitch. Alright, that means our final floor is gonna be central. Central?
Oh no, it's too late.
Oh no.
Just remember, don't.
Nobody can make Johnny scream like that, 'cause it's crazy. That's crazy. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Maybe Final Fantasy XI will have some love because there's a trend for old school MMOs. The thing is, 11 is getting love. We're just not getting anything in return. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, we're basically paying for everybody's nightclubs in 11 or in 14. That's true. Never thought about it like that. We're funding all those ERP nightclubs that happen in Final Fantasy 14 with our subscriptions. You're an ERP pimp on 11 in the back alleys of Adeline? Oh, man. I should really try to explore more of Adeline, I guess. Do you run it in the waterways? Or, like, in a seedy part of Western Adeline? What? Dun, 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 dun. Beep. Our last floor is central, of course. You know what I should have done, knowing that I had to do 2 clears? We should have done the old double clear strat where we pulled 7 mobs instead of 4. Go to the building next to the silver knife and say the password Big Mouth Billy? In say chat, or how do I just say it out loud? Will somebody send me a tell, or? Wake up! Wake up! Livy's going out on the town tonight. Living the dream. Working hard all day in the mines of Limbus, and she's just gonna go all out. Let it all loose tonight. At Dex's ERP Emporium. Been looking for that question mark for almost 2 hours. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. Better get out there and find those question marks before Livy blows a gasket. Come on, buddy. There he is. We only need 2 mobs in here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We pulled 800. Yeah, that's right. There's one thing we do on Shiva, and that's find question marks. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. One of these days, I'm going to convince everybody to transfer here. Square Enix is going to have to make an emergency announcement. They're going to be like, we don't know what happened. Overnight, everybody moved to Shiva. The server's fucked. We had to emergency reverse everybody's transfers to Shiva. Oh, do we really have a second shouter now? I haven't noticed. I saw somebody shouting for Dynamis clears or something recently. I always like shout afterwards, and I just like if I see somebody shout for Dynamis clears where they're like Dynamis wave 3 sell and like send tell or whatever. I usually just shout after them and say Dynamis wave 3 free join link show. Carry me through Boomba and Guy. V0, no problem, buddy. You got it. I can get you a V0 and Guy and Boomba right now. There is congestion on Final Fantasy XI servers. There's 3 servers. Odin, Bahamut, and Ashura are overpopulated, according to Square Enix, and you can no longer create new characters or transfer to those servers. It's been like that too for a long time. It's been over almost a year. I guess it's been like 9 months since they first shut down Ashura. It's been a while. I think it honestly, I do think it is partially at least related to the 14 campaigns where they've been doing the 14 like raid series. I think that there is, you know, especially a lot of people are disinterested in Dawn Trail in a lot of ways, and they're doing 11 like cross server stuff, or like they're doing 11 like cross promotion with the raid series. Every time there is a raid that comes out, there's a surge in player base. Ashura closed July 2025. Yeah, so we're at 9 months. That's crazy. Da, da, da. Did I feel that? Yo. Okay, one more west tower. Da, da, da. Let's go. Yeah, we're waiting for whatever's next. I think I wonder what's next on the population chart, so to speak. My white mage is dying. That's no good. Well, maybe you can get back up. Okay, nice. I mean, there's plenty of servers to pick from. A lot of people just prefer the higher population. People tend to congregate at the highest pop. You know, it's like for the longest time when Ashura was open, whenever there was like a new player, what server should I join? Literally everybody would be like, oh, go to Ashura, go to Ashura, go to Ashura. And eventually it became an issue. Currently, Odin's actually still has the highest active player pop, but Ashura has far more characters, so probably a lot more concurrent players. Phoenix is actually the fourth most populated. Phoenix, and then Fenrir, and then Shiva. All right, let's go Norte. I wonder if Phoenix is I wonder what people are recommending. I know whenever I always tell people that they can come to Shiva. You know, if like somebody comes in and is like, what server should I start on? I invite people here, but I don't know if they come. I don't really see a lot of threads where people are like actively recruiting recently. Oh no, I just got a text message from the DMV saying I have overdue traffic violations and to call some international number to resolve it. That seems legit. Oh man. Better call so my car doesn't get impounded. That's crazy that the Texas DMV operates out of some country in Southeast Asia. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. There's a dead guy over here. What's up, Myth? Hey, Myth. How's it going? You ready to get started? Oh my god. Let me just finish this Limbus client. No, I'm just kidding. I can hop in. It's what the people have been waiting for. Podcasting with the boys. Let me turn this down. Accept this. boop, boop. Run this way. Multitasking, multitasking. Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Whoa, you're loud AF. Okay.
Am I?
Hello.
Yeah. Maybe it was
Hi,
just...
how are you
Oh,
guys?
yeah. Oh, yeah. All my Discord is like fucking crazy loud. You're both super
Oh,
loud.
it's all backed out for you.
Oh, it sounds like it's you then. It sounds like we haven't done anything wrong as usual.
I've changed nothing on my end.
Dex, why are you talking like that? why are you doing that?
Leave you alone.
I will not leave you alone. And finally, his true voice is coming out. Yeah.
Yeah.
that
I
actually
forgot
makes
to
a lot of
turn his
sense.
voice modulator on.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's crazy. What's up, guys? How's it going?
Hey. I'm in Limbus.
Yeah, same.
Finish my
Unfortunately.
10th
You're in
climb.
Limbus too?
Yeah. Well, I mean, podcasting are the LIMBUS days.
Oh my god.
So, yeah. Unfortunately.
I don't know what to say. I'm a pretty cool guy at 10 climbs this week.
You've done
You
your
did
10
10 climbs this week?
Oh my
I'm
god.
so cool.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
I like crashed out a couple times on Limbus this week.
I
Oh, you
noticed.
should.
And a
Yeah.
couple times is understatement, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now?
You know, pretty bored, but
Yeah.
you know, I don't know. Somebody else killed the Apollyon tier 2s, so I feel that kind of rallied my motivation instead of
Oh,
me
really?
having to die to them. I was like, oh, somebody else did it. I can get back in there.
Yeah. Dang.
Hey, I have the opposite problem. I wanted to fight them, and they're dead.
You should have come to Shiva. Keep telling you. Should have come to Shiva.
Well, so we had this conversation last week, though. It's like, I can't come to Shiva because you guys kill him while I'm at work anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, the roaming NMs have been up. Like, I'm catching up on them now. And if I weren't killing them now, they'd probably be up till tomorrow.
Oh.
It's
I
mostly
think
Zorak.
Square Enix
Zorak is the one.
intended-
That, yeah.
I think Square Enix intended for it to be kind of like your server or slower, and let the enemies
Yeah.
just kind of like.
It's supposed to
trickle
take
in.
a month. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Although, you
I
know
mean-
what I always really am curious about? Remember when Limbus first added NMs and they had to adjust it back to make it monthly because they originally put them in weekly?
They could probably redo that.
Right.
But like, do you think that they originally had intended in their roadmap that we would kill Ultima and Omega
Omega
every
weekly?
week? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
I mean, that might work on Ashura and Bahamut and Odin. Maybe. I think people get burnt out really quick.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a huge churn.
Yeah. Yeah, we have one email today. And then do you guys have the tier list that I sent to the group chat?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
have
I
my
know.
own that I made,
Somewhere.
and I'm
I know
gonna use it
Hegma
as
has
a-
no idea what we're talking about today.
Yeah,
So
I
I just
usually
wanted to
come.
make sure that-
I've told you, like I gotta come in here fresh with a
Hegma's
fresh
prepared.
perspective.
Right.
My role on the podcast is as the everyman. I need to have like the blank perspective, or
You're
you know,
the-
I'm hearing it the first time, just like the viewers are
Provide
hearing
the
it for the
template.
first time.
And Hegmo provides the personality. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're the pretty cheerleader that lures people in but has no idea what you're actually like selling to them, you know?
I mean, as long as you think I'm pretty, then yeah.
Of course. How could I not? Okay, but yeah, we have one email, we have the tier list, and I think that is all we're gonna do today. The
Nice.
tier list no one asked for.
But they're gonna get, damn it.
Yeah, but they're gonna get it anyway. And they're
I
gonna
feel like
it.
somebody recently has asked for this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't
was my
remember who it
alt account.
was. Oh, maybe Dex's alt account. So I feel like somebody asked in chat like a couple weeks ago or something.
Legitimately.
And yeah, no, legitimately. And I was like, I mean, we could, but I feel like
Yeah.
it's a pretty short conversation. But you know, We can make
mostly
anything.
because
up.
I want to do a job episode because I didn't have anything like planned
Yeah.
out. So relic tier list it is.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like we've done them all, so why leave one on the table?
Well, we haven't done ambuscade and SU5 stuff yet.
True.
So,
do we really
but-
want to? Okay, yeah, we could.
do we
yeah.
do we wait to do SU5 weapons until the Limbus stuff comes out? That's the
I think you do it
The Limbus stuff is
first
gonna be its own episode.
because that's its own thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Alright.
that episode is going to be heavily skewed with a lot of disappointment, frustration, and anger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what do you mean we have to use 5 matter per RP level?
Mhm. Okay. 1 second. I want to turn Dex.
We can't get the base weapon until we trade in 200 shards. Are you kidding me? From each raise? It's ridiculous.
Okay. Is anybody in chat on my end that can tell me how the audio sounds? Do I need to tweak Dex or them or Higmo? Do I need to turn Higmo down or turn Dex up or anything like that?
You know better than to turn me up.
Well, I just turned you up about 30%.
Oh, I thank you.
Mhm.
Time to derail the show.
Yeah. Zephy specifically asked for more Dex talk, so we
More
got that.
Dex
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I
against
liked
all
it,
odds,
Hagmo. I liked it yesterday, but I like it even more here.
Oh wait,
Higmo's
what?
got a hat.
Oh, I've still got
Okay.
my that's right. I need to turn I need to turn my avatar back. I've got from when I joined Notorious Monster on like happy hour stuff, I've got a Jamiroquai Hegmo avatar that I use that pops up. Is that what you're referring to?
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's got the cool slit sunglasses and everything. Also, you should be warned, Scoopy is starting her Easter brunch cocktail drinking today, and she just brought me some juice. So
Oh,
my opinions
gonna
might be
get the-
looser than
Is it air
normal.
quotes juice or?
Yeah,
yeah.
Mm.
yeah.
It's a good juice for sure.
I could get juiced up.
Juiced up for relics.
We're
Makes
gonna
sense.
need some help.
Cool. Should we just get into it? Do you guys want to go over anything else? Are we good?
I think we're good.
How are you
I
feeling?
mean,
by
I'm
the way?
good.
It's weird because like I feel like I should be getting better, and in some ways I do feel like I'm getting better.
Yeah.
But mostly like as soon as I start to think that I'm feeling better, the cough comes back and
Oh.
it gets.
Oh, the cough. I thought Dex was like trying to just like open up a therapy session. Like, so how?
We can do that on the episode.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually. Yeah.
Sure, I'll save all questions health related and otherwise for the podcast, like a good boy.
Yeah, good call. Good call. All right. Welcome back to the Blurred Podcast, where we never miss a week, as you know.
Well, very clearly, we had an episode last week.
and we have one this week. So
That's
I
right.
think our track record is standing strong.
Number 31, boys.
Yeah, episode 31. How's it feel to be into not only double digits but into the 30s? You
My
feel like,
existential dread is growing. My
yeah.
fear of death looms overhead. I'm
middle age is creeping in on us as the podcast on the podcast. You know, we only have
Well, yeah. I
another
mean, as
good
somebody
5 years or so.
as somebody in their like later 30s, if we like equate this to like my like progression as I've aged, then we've got another like a few more episodes before stuff just starts unraveling and getting really bad.
Right.
So
Right.
so enjoy it while it
Yeah.
lasts. Like this, the
wheels are
31,
gonna fall
32 is
off.
great, but yeah.
Yeah, we're
We're kind
gonna
of finding ourselves. We're getting our stride, and then we're gonna hit a brick wall.
right. Yeah, when we get into the 40s, we'll probably have to do a full-on therapy
we're lucky.
session at the beginning of
Yeah.
every show.
Well, I mean,
But-
I just a note, 35 is when the podcast is going to start streaming and considering that to be a viable career shift. So, if that has any indication as to where this is going.
Yeah, we'll quit our jobs and do podcasts every
Yeah.
day that
Yeah.
the same 30 people will listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Great.
Uh-huh.
I love that.
That might be on the table for me if things go awry in the next couple months.
Oh yeah, because you're doing some real life job stuff, huh?
To be determined.
Yeah. Well, I hope that goes all right for you. How are you guys doing as far as in-game stuff goes? I gotta admit, this might be the first week that I don't finish all 10 Limbus climbs.
You've been doing all 10?
Yeah, I've been doing all 10.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So
The burnout is real, buddy.
Yeah. I don't think I have it in me to do all 10 again this week.
I have been doing 5 I think I've done, I looked back, I have a log of which chests I've opened, and I just copy a new few rows, 5 more rows every time. So I've got 6 weeks, and I've cleared 5 out of 5 Temenos 6 weeks in a row. I'm doing essentially my 30th cleared right now.
Wow.
And in that time, I've done 6 Apollyon clears.
Okay.
Why do you dislike Apollyon so much?
Because I couldn't do 10 out of 10. Like mentally, I just couldn't handle doing 10 out of 10 back in the fall before they added, the weapons or the armor. And so I was like, I'm only gonna do Apollyon back in the fall. And so I ended up at this point where I had like 25 Murky Matters and 0 Alabaster Matters. So I've been balancing. At some point in the next like couple weeks, probably I'll get back to the point where I need Murky Matters again, and then I'll probably just stop doing Limbus entirely at that point, because I don't know how I'm gonna.
I also feel like that you doing the NMs is like a good way to balance it out. Like
That's true.
You may not you may not do 10 runs a week, but you also do all of the NMs on Shiva like every time. Whereas like us poor plebeians on Azura at work in the morning, we're not able to do that. So I have to do 10 runs a week if I want to like make it a meaningful progression.
Right. That's true.
I'm sure the unique data is quite fulfilling for you, and you're getting your matter that way.
I mean, you get essentially, if you do all the NMs, at least in my experience, I get about like 6 to 7 unique data, depending on how much like participation I get to do.
That's really good.
And that's a month, right? So like in that time in a month, you would get 20 chests. So it's not quite, equivalent to just
it, yeah.
It's not like the same, but at the same time it does like stretch out the amount of time that I don't have to do Apollyon for sure.
Well, so that's cool that you have an alternative to, instead of smashing your face in against Limbus climbs every week.
Cat says we're speaking Chinese right now.
That's fine.
Are we really?
I think some people just don't do Limbus and are familiar with the
when the topic of Limbus comes up, the eyes glaze over. It's like this again.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're going to talk about it because we're doing it and we don't like it, and we'll probably keep talking about it until we moderately like it, and which may never happen if we're being real.
I was thinking about, this is just a thought that I had out, like we were kind of brainstorming Limbus, and I was talking about like the time commitment as I do in like my periodic like mini crash outs about how much Limbus sucks and how much time we have to spend. And I think what's crazy to me that I realized that most of the time, if you're doing 10 hours of Limbus a week, right, you're doing 10 clears, and that on average takes about 10 hours. I think some people are faster. You factor in maybe doing NMs or some slow clears. I would say 10 hours to do 10 full chest opens is probably pretty average. And I was like, I've always had that number in my head as like, this is a crazy time commitment. 10 hours of Limbus when you have to do other stuff is a lot. Then I realized that like, that's a full party of people, hypothetically. That's right. 6 people doing 10. So like the full time commitment to a Limbus full clear is 60 hours.
You have
That's
to consider
crazy.
this as well.
Yeah.
On Ashura, at least, I do all my runs pug. I
Yeah.
have like 2 or 3 friends from our sortie group, and after the sortie run, they're like, "Hey, I'll stick around. We'll do a Limbus," and then we shout for
Yeah.
3 extra people, and that often takes 20 to 40 minutes
Right.
to find those people. So that's time added to the Limbus grind that isn't really on the paperwork.
Yeah, it's rough. But don't worry, because if you're shouting for pugs on Azura, you'll probably be shouting for R30 Prime only for an hour, while you could have just done it for you could have just been done with the Olympus run by the time you get somebody with that meets those requirements. But that's just Azura stuff.
I also think
Oh.
people are sick of hearing us whinge about Limbus, even though it is the modern thing to talk about.
Yeah, no, I mean, if people don't want to talk or don't want to listen to us talking about Limbus, my suggestion would just be, one, skip ahead to
Unsubscribe.
Yeah.
something else, or two,
Yeah.
just don't.
Maybe,
listen.
I don't know, maybe don't listen to a Final Fantasy 11 podcast where the only new content we have is Limbus, and it's the only thing to complain about. So, I don't know. But I mean, I do think, though, that, I was joking about this earlier, where I was like, I think this is my way, because, the only way, and we've said this before, the only way to, convince the development team, if this even works, that that Limbus is not fun, is to not do it, right? I'm of course going to do Limbus because I want the gear. But if I can stream myself doing Limbus, and we can talk about it on the podcast, we might convince 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 people that Limbus is bad, and they won't do it. So this is like our public service is talking about how bad it is, to try to convince the dev team and other people to not do it.
It
I
has
think
nothing
that's
to
the
do
best
with
thing we
being
can
the only person on Shiva with the shiny gear.
Yeah, I feel like we talk about this pretty weekly in private, but our only goal for making this podcast was influencing the masses, and ideally just making sure that people mindlessly do what we say.
Yeah.
That's really what we want to get out of this podcast. If people think critically about what we say, then maybe this podcast isn't the show for you. But if you blindly listen to the things that we say with no critical thought, then yeah, this is definitely the show for you.
Well,
so if you could,
that's what they should be, right? Because this is the only podcast for Final Fantasy XI with factual, scientifically proven data, and
True.
there's no argument that can be made against that. And if you do make an argument, you're wrong and you should leave.
And if you could just, if everybody listening could drop a comment down in the YouTube video, just saying, I totally agree, or you guys made great points. That's all we need. Right. Just, drop a comment down there, say that you agree with all our points, and you're going to change your ways to match what we do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the goal.
I would say I read those comments every week, and it gets me through the week. But I've yet to see one of those comments, so I'm waiting patiently.
Okay.
I do that's YouTube comments, though. I feel when I do go through my phases of making YouTube videos, which I'm on the lull of that right now, but it's always like you open up the thing and there's one comment that's like, thanks so much for making this video. This is super helpful. And thanks for everything you do in the community. I'm like, oh, that's nice. And then the next comment's like, you guys are fucking stupid and this is wrong. This is why. And it's just like the dichotomy, like the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
okay.
It's fine. Like everybody has different knowledge or experience in the game, obviously the three of us don't know every facet of everything in a game.
Between the three of us, we do.
Yeah, actually, now that you mentioned that, you're right. Retract everything I said. We'll cut that out. Just mindlessly listen to what you're saying.
I think Scoopy asked me yesterday. She was like, "So do you know everything about Final Fantasy 11?" I was like, "No, I know I know absolutely nothing. I don't know why people listen to me."
Yeah. In a game this big, it's kind of hard to know everything. I know there's a couple I don't want to say freaks of nature out there, but freaks of nature like decks that know
Yeah.
like a lot about this game. But I feel like most endgame players just kind of like, including myself, I include myself in this. Like we know about the stuff that we do on a regular basis, and everything else we just kind of like apply what we know about the game to that specific scenario.
Right.
So we just do what we can.
I like Dex. Dex will be like, I'll be actively doing a quest, and Dex will be like, "Oh my god, that's one of my favorite quests. I can't believe that NPC interaction from that." And I'm like, "Dude, I can't remember what happened in the quest that I'm actively doing. How do you remember? How do you remember this?" Yeah, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying it's crazy. You're a freak of nature, is what I was agreeing with.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you had asked when this conversation kind of started, like, what have we been up to in game?
Oh,
And
yeah.
This reminds me that last week we didn't really have like a where have you been and how have you been doing discussion. So
Last week's episode was long enough without that. to be honest with you.
no, you're right. We had a lot to talk about, and it had been a while. But like,
Yeah.
has the grind just been Limbus for you guys, or have you guys been up to anything else?
I have done one sortie in about 2 weeks.
Ooh, I'm proud of you.
Yeah,
Break
I've
the
hardly done
cycle.
any sortie. I've been kind of I finished Moogle Mastery 45. I finished my Moogle Mastery, which was
I'm
my
jealous.
my thing that I was striving to do a few weeks ago. And since I was like, I went back and I did a few C farms, and I was like, I have so many segments, I don't even need a segment farm. And so I've kind of intermittently gone back to A, and I'm starting to try to get the max chest cost reduction as well.
Yeah.
But in general, I've kind of weaned myself off Odyssey. So I've been doing random stuff. Like yesterday for like 2 hours, I was just skilling up my Puppet Master Automaton's magic skill. And that's what I've been working on. That and Limbus.
I need to do that too. I've been slacking on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of like took a break from Limbus this week, and it was weird because I noticed that after 2 or 3 days of not doing Limbus, I was happy.
Your hair was fuller.
And
your
I didn't feel like existential dread. Like I think on Monday, I was, because normally what I'll do is on Sunday I'll do as many climbs as I can between like my daily chores. It's also like my meal prep day, so it's like once I finish my chores around the house, I'll just sit down and I'll try to do like 3 or 4 climbs as much as I have time for, and then I'll try to do like 1 or 2 a day until I finish.
Yeah.
And on Monday, I was like, shit, I only got 2 runs done yesterday. I'm already behind. Like, this is all I'm gonna do this week is Limbus. So on Monday, I just didn't play the game at all. I was like, I just don't even want to touch it. And then on Tuesday, I came back and I was like, you know what I haven't done in a while is sortie. So I just did sortie, and I'm rusty at sortie because I haven't done it in a while. But it was nice. I was like, oh my gosh, it's like breathing fresh air when you remember there's stuff that exists outside of Limbus. And the weird thing is, Limbus is so bad, it's gaslighting me into thinking that sortie is fun.
Oh, nice.
Sortie is fun.
Sortie is fun. I agree with that.
I'm not a big sortie fan, but after doing Limbus for as long as we have been, I was definitely enjoying sortie.
Yeah, you said you didn't even log in on Monday. I had on Wednesday. I was streaming on Wednesday. I had like a little mini Limbus NM and Limbus Climb crash out. I basically we did like the tier 2 Apollyon NMs. I died like 5,000 times. Finished Dynam. We went and did Dynamis, and then I went back and I was like, okay, I've got to kill the roaming NMs to keep up. And I think I died to the Bard, and I was literally like, I'd been streaming for a few hours, but I was like, you know what? Never mind. We're not going to do this. We're ending stream. Bye. I was just like, I'm out of here. Never mind. I don't want to play this game. And then Thursday, I played World of Warcraft all day. I didn't log into Final Fantasy. I didn't even open it. And I think honestly, I know this is a Final Fantasy 11 stream, but I advocate. I think that we become very addicted to Final Fantasy 11 a lot of times, and those of us between Myth and I and Dex, you're a content creator. We're all content creators in this sense. So we have a podcast and we play this game on stream or otherwise, and it's like it's super healthy to not play the game a few days a week if you can manage it. Maybe just don't log in once or twice a week.
Yeah, I was actually looking at PlayStation 5 games on Monday.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything that looked interesting to me.
Nice.
There's this one like RPG that looks like similar almost to Final Fantasy 16 that looked kind of interesting, and I was looking at it. I can't remember what it was called, but it's a JRPG, I guess, that had been in the works for a while. And then I looked at reviews and they were like, it's not that great. And I was like, well, fuck. And then I ended up just watching TV and that went to bed.
Nice. I've really wanted to
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say really quick, I've really wanted to recently. I keep getting this weird random, like, I really want to learn and get good at a fighting game, which I haven't like really been proficient at fighting games since I was in like high school. So I would love to. That's my
going to be
thing.
the next Tekken champion. Is that
Maybe.
what's going to go on?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Whenever fighting
even
games
know
come up,
what
I'm like, I love Super Smash Brothers and all the real fighting game. People are like, that's not a real fighting game. Fuck you.
I don't know. I kind of agree with that. I don't know if I'd consider Smash Brothers a fighting game.
It is and it isn't.
Really?
But yeah, I can see why you consider it, but I can also see why people couldn't.
It's not a typical combo kind of fighting game, but there are a lot of fighting games that are like Smash on the market.
Because it's like a brawler melee like big group of people, right? And I think that would like
in anything competitive, it's 1-on-1.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I think about Smash Brothers, it's been years since I've played this, by the way. Yeah, you think of it as a party game. For sure.
Oh yeah. I haven't played. Yeah, I've said this before, but I haven't played Smash Brothers since the original. So like I never played
Yeah, same.
But
so unfortunate. I would school y'all.
Right, we're well aware of that. Yeah.
When you were talking about how you finally got back in the sortie, I'm reminded how like I've had some turbulent times and we got new static members and brought them back up to speed, and now everything's kind of going good.
Well, you've had some of the best, like maybe best, like rank 1 sortie runs in the world.
We've had some really awesome runs recently, and then we had a string of very not awesome runs.
Oh, nice.
We wiped to Amanon twice in a row, and then someone DC'd, forcing the run to like die. I DC'd for like 20 minutes, and we didn't get everything done. And then we wiped to get shit. Of all things.
Yeah, I've done that before too. Yeah.
You just get acid rained for 9/9 to everybody.
Yeah. You go from you go from getting your like world record Gallimafree clear, and then you turn around and you die to a upper floor boss. That feels bad.
The game knows how to put you in your place.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Let me get ahead of this before I can already hear the YouTube comment section. How do we know it's a world record, and what are you?
I didn't say that.
I mean, to me, in my heart,
you better watch.
This is a Hegmo official. Look, if anybody who wants to contest it, if you go to twitch.tv/Hegmo and in the chat you click the follow button, and then you report your Gallimafree run, how much Gallimafree you got. That's how you officially get into the world record running for the Hegmo standings. Dex and Shiraj are the only people that have done that so far. So anybody else that wants to participate, please feel free. But for now, world record run is Dex and Shiraj.
Okay, and they're also the only people that have entered the contest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we're explaining.
Look, I don't have some sort of database of everybody's runs unless they're reporting them.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that maybe you should be careful about what you say, as people mindlessly listen to us, like we talked about earlier.
Pretty sure world record though.
We broke our personal record, and I'm very happy.
And how many points did you get, Dex?
96,000.
96,000.
96K in Gallon Free.
That's not bad.
Over time, over the past year, just been incorporating more like where you find them, and that's done wonders.
You know what's crazy is that, and not to like, this is maybe the wrong thing to say to the person that is doing something monumental like 96,000 Gallon Free a week.
I think it's being overstated what an achievement it is. It's
no, I mean, I think that's wow. Crazy. That is, I think that's more than 99.9% of people that have played the game have gotten in a single run. Which is
the thing is when I advertise that we do a good run every now and then, like, you know, once a month we'll have an exceptional run, but our average is, when I do that, people inevitably are like, yeah, but you're using tools, and I'm like, what tools? And they always say like, oh, this one or that one. I'm like, well, we don't. Sorry.
Yeah. I think people make assumptions, and like, you know, but whatever. What's crazy though is that if you're doing 96K runs every day, it's still going to take you almost 90 days to make a stage 5 weapon.
Oh yeah, it's gross.
That's crazy.
So I feel like any group that does Aminon regularly, whether you're doing all the extra credit in the world or not, is going to be ahead of the cycle.
Yeah.
So it just gives you that leeway to take days off or to work on armor.
Yeah.
And that's what's nice about it.
At a certain point, it's mostly for earrings.
Right.
Well, I don't think I talked about this on the pod, but I finally broke the threshold and got my final job.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I have all 22 jobs now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Took 57 earrings to get, and now I have 60, so
yeah, that's insane. Insane luck on earrings.
Everyone hates me in my group because we run the same fucking run together, and I just get all the earrings.
Yeah, I think I saw you posted your stats in terms of like 60 earrings, you know, one of each +2, and like how many were perfect rolls. And I was like, 6. Wait, you get perfect rolls? Like, I don't have anything that's above a 17. It's crazy.
Like, Shiraj isn't a permanent member of my static, but he fills quite occasionally. He's filled in for like at a time. People have been unavailable, and I get all the earrings in the world, and he gets none of the earrings.
Yeah, well, Shiraj went like, I remember when Shiraj was like, he was on like a 6-month dry spell where he didn't get a +2.
In the park for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, drop rates are fine, and we don't have any intention to increase them. Please continue doing sortie bosses.
I'm still salty about that question.
Yeah.
Like, why did he say that to the login points and not just talk about or making
just make the ROE once a month or whatever.
Yes, please.
I honestly think based on his answer that he thinks it is. You know what I mean? Because he even said, I think like the translation was like, please continue to do sortie consistently to get your +2 old case. And we're like, but we don't get, you don't.
It's not consistent, it's one.
Yeah, you get one. I think that they think that it's repeating quests.
Damn.
Imagine if the JPs have it repeating and we don't. That would be so scandalous.
Yeah.
That's
Crazy.
that, huh?
Crazy. So we have an email, huh?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So let's get into our email. We have an email from our friend Milo, and he is asking, "Hey guys, thanks for always answering our questions. I'm almost hesitant to ask this one, but I'm curious about the mechanics around negling and how each job optimizes for it. I've been learning about stacking the different types of haste, and then I get confused about trying to figure out the fencer job trait plus haste samba compared to dual wielding with a TP offhand weapon. Now to be clear, I'm not a fan of the negling Zerg approach, but I am a fan of optimizing things. It seems like just about every job of that sort should be ready to use it, So I'm not really asking which job is best Savage Blade spammer. I'm more interested to learn how each job optimizes for their contribution Nagelfest.
Nice.
So I think first off, we should kind of discuss the Haze Samba and Fencer versus dual wielding. Who wants to get into that?
I mean, I think the blanket statement on that is that like any job that's already dual, like there's a few jobs like Corsair, Bard, they're all that you want to be dual wielding because of how that affects your capacity to buff, which is like your primary role, right? Because like Bard's not going to be in a Fencer stance because it wants to bring dual wield anyway. And if you're bringing dual wield anyway, 1,000 TP bonus is infinitely more potent, in my opinion, than another option, like than what you'd get from Fencer, right?
Well, I'm just confused at the question a little bit because he's implying that Fencer gives some sort of haste. It doesn't.
No. He's asking the combination of Fencer with Haze Samba.
Compares to dual wielding with a TP off.
Yeah. So
I mean,
Fencer
alone is, I mean, only for Warrior is really significant, but for Bard and Beast, you're getting like 400 bonus.
Yeah. Versus 1,000,
obviously.
I think the problem with the question off the fly is I can't do the deep dive math into it, right? Because like there is a significant difference in TP generation with job ability haste cap from Fencer, with Fencer and haste Samba, with being magic haste and whatever, and how that affects like dual wields delay caps and how you're stacking like there is a calculation to be done there in terms of like efficiency min-maxing your TP generation with how dual wield is weird with delay. I think that the easy answer is that generally you dual wielding is going to be better, and that you have 1,000 TP bonus. Like I think that like Corsair is a perfect example to look at this in, right? Because Corsair, between its options for TP bonus, Moonshade and the Attackos or whatever, having 1,000 TP bonus gun, you can basically do a 3,000 TP potency Savage Blade at like 1,100 TP or something like that. If you have Warcry up, you can technically do it at like 880 TP. Before you can even weapon skill, you have a 3,000 TP in equivalent damage, right? And so like the TP bonus is always going to be ridiculously potent. And so in those jobs like Bard that are going to be offhanding a TP bonus weapon, it's almost always better, right? Or Red Mage to just be able to do a max potency Savage Blade sooner.
I think I was misunderstanding the question. So the question is more like, I am subbing Dancer. Should I be offhanding a bonus, or should I just using a shield and utilizing Fencer? I think the Fencer trait will always be worse than offhand.
I think the case for Fencer is for like Warrior, right? Or like something like that, where like you have a much higher base of Fencer, and you're never going to be sub-jobbing a job that can dual wield. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
that's the biggest
this day
part.
and age, you're not going to be going Warrior sub Dancer nowadays, or Warrior sub Ninja. I think that like otherwise your TP generation is going to be much faster if you're sub Dancer and you're dual wielding.
I think it's almost exclusive. If you're on a dual wield sub, then you're going to get more out of a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a couple things to take in mind, or to take into account for this for me. The first is with the dual wield sub, you can cap job ability haste with dual wield.
Yeah.
But if you're relying on haste Samba from a sub job, you will not have capped haste because your haste samba is only 5%.
Right.
You need haste samba from a main dancer with merits if you want to cap like your job ability haste for fencer. Really, the difference to me is fencer may TP a little bit slower if you have your if you don't have a dancer, like compared to dual wield, but you got to look at what you're gaining instead of it, right? If you're doing like content where you're running frequently, it becomes less of an issue because killing it in one weapon skill with your extra weapon skill damage that you're getting from your blurred shield, your sub dragoon, all that stuff is going to be more important than TPing a little bit faster because you're with enabling you're doing 90% of your weapon skill or your damage with the weapon skill, right?
Not even to mention, if you're running around a lot, you're going to have to reapply haste samba more often.
Yeah,
right.
As well.
Right. And the other thing is like for jobs like warrior, more so than jobs like bard, accuracy is also an issue. If you're offhanding a non-item level weapon on warrior, you have access to like aggressor if you need to like offset the accuracy loss, but bard can like just put a madrigal on itself, so it has a little bit more cohesiveness with the dual wield offhand non-item level stuff than say warrior.
I think too, like when you're looking at the jobs that commonly do dual wield, right? Your bard, your core, your bed mage, like their options for a shield, like shield in the offhand, are much more limited than their options for a dagger or a sword or something like that.
Often abysmal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Many of the jobs that dual wield have like the accuracy native traits like Beastmaster, so they can overcome that. They have little other options to gain from using a single-handed weapon. They're not going to get like a big fencer bonus, so those are all things to kind of keep in mind about how that gels all together.
This discussion might be different in like 3 or 4 years when people have access to sets of gear with all that. But as of right now, it's hard to. I mean, like, there's a lot of scenarios where you might be being just as fast, target to evade, and as well just defense. I do agree with that, but more often than not, the jobs that will be dual wielding and offhanding TP bonus can easily offset the accuracy.
Yeah.
And even food alone usually covers the difference.
Yeah, if you have the ability to offset that accuracy, then dual wield can be really strong. It just depends on like what you're exchanging for it, right? So if you're gaining like, I don't know, 15% weapon skill damage, the ability to one-shot an Odyssey mob from your blurred shield +1 and sub dragoon, I would probably take that into content, considering you're doing a lot of running over.
But that's like what, like exclusive to Warrior and Dark Knight? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's really a finicky thing because Myth's totally right. If you're able to one shot, leaving it at 5 or 10%, that is worth the whole difference, even if you're lower. But it's such a finicky thing with, are the buffs this? Are the buffs soul voiced? Is everything perfectly aligned?
Yeah. And I think too, like that. Not only that, there's so many factors in this game in terms of like, where are you in your accuracy cap to be hitting the 97% accuracy or whatever? Where are you in like what eye level mobs are you fighting? What there's so many factors. As a blanket statement, I would say almost like probably 90% of the time. To be fair, you're better off just like not trying to min-max it, because otherwise you'd be setting up so many different equip sets for different scenarios. But
it's kind of why I don't like everyone reference simulator and saying this is perfect and all be all this, and it's the answer is always 10, and it's a frustrating answer, but if you want to accommodate for every scenario, you'll need a lot more things the same person to be able to.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's kind of a tough thing to give like blanket statements. I think a lot of jobs do really well with dual wield. I think the jobs that, well, I mean, primarily warrior does really good with fencer. I think for the most part, warrior is the only job that really leans into the fencer stuff outside of niche stuff like going sub Dark Knight for sortie or something like that.
Well, because
Unironically,
warrior gets like what, fencer 5 or something naturally, and then with
5,
with blurred shield it's up to fencer whatever the cap is, the highest known value. Like you get.
Well, not only that,
yeah.
Warrior gets fencer 5,
and
then
war
in
cry.
addition to that, gets the legs that give fencer +4 and TP bonus. So
so they can basically cap their fencer, and then they also have war cry, which is giving another 700 TP bonus. So like,
with warrior, and you don't even need the Ikenga's axe. Top of that, like if you're not doing savage blade, but you could be doing just 3Ks at all times out the war cry.
Yeah.
It's really gross.
Yeah, definitely. I think either way could be strong. If I'm on warrior, I'm probably like, my ideal situation is using fencer with full potency haste samba. But that's obviously not going to be super common to come across.
I know before your Muid and Gabe Booyah were really popular. Like K Club Dragoon was quite popular for segment runs, and back then most people sub Ninja, but Dragoon sub Dancer specific haste samba, because with the Wyvern it perfectly capped the JA haste and all that.
Well, Dragoon especially gets so much job ability haste from empathy or whatever it is. I think like Dragoon and Dark Knight are the only jobs that actually can solo cap their job ability haste, right?
With like Desperate Blows as well.
Yeah, but Dragoon is the only one that can do it permanently. Dark Knight has that downtime with Last Resort.
Yeah.
I do like that he's trying to, like, what did he say? Optimize every job, and how, it's not the best to throw a nagling on everything, but when you're doing so, like, how do you want to min-max it per job?
It was actually funny because I was Shiraz was watching me do Kalunga V25 last night on Rune Fencer. And that's how I found out that I never upgraded my Rune Fencer body past +1.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I never play Rune Fencer. But I told Shiraj the difference between us, especially you and me, Dex, is that you and Shiraj like to min-max jobs and like squeeze out their full potential. And I like to put in the bare minimum effort in order to succeed.
Well, it's kind of like Myth takes like, he gets donated a paddle boat and he just throws it on the ocean and starts rowing, and people start pouring water in, and he's like, oh, I have to patch that hole up.
Yeah.
And
I like to
Roger, like from scratch making a boat with like
Meanwhile, what I like to do is I like to buy like a super boat, like some sort of crazy super boat. Like I like to like master a job from 0 job points to 2100 with like a stage 5 weapon and full rank 30 gear and like everything else, and just like fully kit it out. And then I never play it before, and then I never play it again.
Hell yeah.
It's just a trophy to put on the shelf.
Well, Rune in particular, the only reason I geared it is because it was my very first +2 earring. And I was like, I guess I have to play this now. And like the only time I've really played it, ironically, is tanking Kalunga V25, because like that's the only time that I really found a use for it. But not to say that Rune is a useless job, it's just that I have better stuff to do other stuff with. Yeah. So like it's not a job that I think about putting effort in very much. And I also like I do specific things to trigger some of my friends. Like I think it's hilarious when some of my friends make fun of me for like my NQ staunch Tathlum, and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe that you haven't gone and got a white box for your 0.5 resistance ranking on your like ammo. Or sometimes like I'll leave I'll instead of capping HP on my ambuscade cape just to like piss off my OCD friends, I'll put like plus 78 HP on it. And little things that make me happy, you know.
See, I do that too sometimes, but it's like by mistake. Like I only had four matters, and I forgot to do the last augment because I was like, oh, I'll do an ambuscade later, and I'll finish it, and then I never do it, and then like 2 years later, I'm like, why the hell does my cape only have 8 PDL on it? That's weird.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you, Milo, for the email.
Yeah, I don't know if we answered the question or if we provided any insight there, but yeah, just you know, do whatever you want.
we definitely said some words that were based around what the question was. Whether or not we accurately answered it, we
I don't know if it was satisfactory, but
if you just comment in the YouTube comments, say thank you for your insight, I will follow this blindly. And then,
yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yeah.
That's what we're aiming for.
Yeah,
perfect. Cool. I guess we can get into the topic of the day. Let me pull up my...
Myth prepared a video for this.
Definitely did not prepare a video for this.
Dude, can you imagine if we like did like a full like, you know, like remember back in, we were watching World of Warcraft early stuff last night, and it was like, remember Machinima, where people would like record model viewer with green screen in the background and like piece together like a custom cutscene? We should do intros to every podcast topic with like a crazy ornate intro Machinima video. Does anybody want to volunteer?
Just record me doing front rolls in the yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I wasn't paying attention to anything.
Yeah,
you guys just
Dex
said.
just Myth just checked out. He's like, that sounds like extra work, and I will not be doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
Myth was cosplaying with our viewers.
Oh, sure, that sounds fun. Cool. So we're gonna be doing a tier list of relics today.
Talking about the relics.
Yeah, so we're gonna be discussing the relics. This is our last line of Remo weapons to tier list, and then we've tier listed every single Remo. Yeah, until the Limbus.
The Limbus Remus.
Yeah, the Limbus Remus.
Which people are maybe being very like assumptuous, you know, like with the idea that these are going to be Rima level weapons, but you know,
they're going to be above that. They're
okay. Oh wow. We're underestimating. These are going to displace all weapons.
Yeah.
Those primes you just worked on, stupid.
That's crazy.
Yeah. When we were spitballing about primes like being relics rolled into the other Remos, that's actually what the Limbus weapons are going to be. So
cool.
Buckle in. You heard it here first, guys. Limbus weapons are going to be the new thing. What's up?
The hint that it was going to happen was that you could get your NQ Limbus gear and then throw it in the furnace and augment it to bring it to +1. So now you can change augmented gear by combining with other stuff. So now you can take your relic weapon, merge it with prime weapon.
You know, it'd be even crazier. What if you got like a blank Limbus weapon, and then you just traded any of the available Rimas that you have, and whatever stats are on the Rimas get traded to the Limbus weapon.
That's what I originally. Yeah, I originally.
Regardless of the job.
Oh, regardless of job. See,
Regardless
my original theory craft for prime weapons was that like, because the like flavor text on them is that they hunger for like souls, and I was like, what if we feed them like the relic weapon first, and then the Empyrean, and then the mythic, and they like just slowly take on the traits of each of those combined, and maybe that's what we get with the Limbus weapons. You know,
I was thinking more along the lines of like having a bird gang on.
That would be cool. You could put like your Burt gang offhand. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, now that's cool. Oh, wait, hold on. Dardabla? Wait, sub-bard Dardabla.
Yeah, sub-bard.
Holy shit. Wait, I'm getting exciting. I'm getting excited about this.
Yeah,
It's gonna break the whole meta.
Yeah.
What if you could copy and paste your apocalypse stuff onto a greatsword?
Wait, fuck Daredabla. Sub-bard Lunashed is the way to go.
Jesus. Now that we've like definitely talked out of our asses so that
Yeah.
what Limbus stuff is gonna look like.
Well, if
Let's,
we're gonna talk about relics, the only weapons that actually are weapons that have soul.
Oh yeah. Do they though?
I think
every
they,
relic weapon has a soul.
but aren't
I
they?
thought they were fake though.
They're fakes.
They were
Yeah,
fake,
right.
Yeah.
The weapons themselves are fake, but they have a soul.
Mm.
Isn't that the whole?
They're demon souls, right?
I think that's what it is. I'm sure,
Yeah.
like, Vicenarian's gonna come and be like, no, you didn't read the lore.
Yeah. Okay, hear me out though, guys. What was your first relic that you ever made?
I never.
My
made a
first relic,
until
Svarai.
came back to the game.
Svarai was my first.
It doesn't matter when you made it, Dex. Just
Oh, I mean, like,
Yeah.
that's first relic, probably an island.
Really?
So Annihilator and Svarai. Why did you make
Yeah.
Svarai first, Egno? That seems like a strange choice.
I came
Svarai's
back to the
actually kind of
game. I came back to the game. And this was like before I'd even done Dynamis Divergence, and I really wanted to play Monk. I was like, Monk is like the coolest job in the game, and I'm gonna play it. And it was the only one that I had a capacity to make. Like I could have made Verith Ragna, but I was like, that seems like a lot of work. So I made Svarai as my first Rima, and I mean it worked.
Oh, it's your
It paid
first
off.
Rima.
Yeah, my first Rima
Wow.
in general. Yeah, my first Rima, my first relic. And I got recruited into a Dynamis. I think I told this story before. I got recruited into a Dynamis Divergence group that was shouting. And they were like, hey, we're doing Dynamis Divergence Bastock. We need one, a damage dealer. And I sent them a tell and I was like, hey, I can come on Monk. And halfway through the run, somebody like was like, hey, whoa, hold on. Why the fuck are 80% of our regular damage dealers getting outparsed by this Svarai Monk? And I was like, hell yeah. And then I went on to
And it
like
only went downhill after that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Monk is kind of like a slept-on job right now, though. I know, like, there's rumblings about you, but I think Monk overall is a lot better than people give it credit. People think, oh, Blunt too. Yes, on it, but Monk does really strong damage. Everything you can bring it in, really. Like I would take a Monk into a Limbus run. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a friend bring his Monk into Limbus like last week with me, and then we did one tower, and he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go stop using this Hoxie Ampula," and I was like, "Okay."
Unironically, when I came back to the game, my buddy, who played a lot of jobs, was like really decking out his Monk, and he was saying how they had just changed it in 2018, 2019 -ish. The weapon skills work because Monk was like a LOL job for a while.
Yeah,
And
they
they
retooled like the weapon skill. It was like one of the only times they did it, and it gave us all hope that they would eventually do it for Ranger and stuff like that, but they never did. But
Yeah, it was just for Monk.
yeah.
Well, I guess Pup too, but
Yeah.
he had all the Rimas and he was working Svarai because like Svarai's actually kind of pog because it doesn't do as much damage as say God Hands, but when you're solo, you can get
The
your
counter
build
buff, yeah.
absurd, and it does great damage even though it's incredible. I think before the Prime weapon, Final Heaven was like the only weapon skill that Monk that wanted to have weapon skill damage in the set.
Nice.
Like every other Monk weapon skill is multi-hit.
Oh yeah. So they want like multi-attack and stuff like that.
But I remember him making the Svarai and he was very happy with it. And that was kind of like a for fun toy.
Yeah. So what's special about Svarai? Is there anything special about Svarai still?
Counter. It has a crazy counter modifier. And if you're doing like a exclusive counter stance build, you can do some ridiculous damage with it, but that's about it. It's not really actually viable.
You get 14 counter from the trait on it, and you get 30% counter damage.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's a lot of counter.
Does that ever come up? Like, does it have a niche where, like, I suppose that would be pretty good for soloing, is my guess. But is there anything beyond that? Like, just
No.
Just soloing? No. Just,
I would say in a modern sense, I've used Monk in a lot of places, like Ultima Omega Master Trial for the hand-to-hand glowy lightsaber. And Monk typically is soloing one mob while the other people were focusing on the other mob. Usually Monk is on Ultima, and everyone else is focusing on Omega. And Monk is ultimately tanking, and I would assume in a modern sense, you can kind of just outpace it and do more damage than need be. God hands, whatever, but I'm sure Shiraj would correct me because he knows the whole timeline, but Svarai would probably be great, just tankier and counter more often, survive. If you want to like make the fight longer, but also
yeah, okay, that makes sense. So how do you guys? Well, I guess before we start rating things,
you asked us the question. You didn't answer your own question. What was your first?
Oh, my first relic was Aegis.
Okay,
really? Nice.
Obvious.
Okay.
Yeah. Paladin was and still is like really up there for me.
And when did you get it? When did you get your?
I didn't get Aegis until I came back in like 2018.
So
that's actually a really relevant question, right? Because Aegis is probably the most popular relic weapon.
Yeah.
And it was the only relic weapon that most people made back in the 75 era. Like, not having an Aegis, but having a relic weapon was rare.
If you were a paladin, if Myth had said that he got it back in like 75 era, I was like, oh, so you made a link shell, you made them farm your currency and funnel to you, and then you quit the game. Yeah.
So I actually. So what I did is I joined a link shell and I romanced the link shell leader's
wife. Nice.
No, I'm just kidding. I could not afford a relic back in the day. My first Remo was Ukon because Empyreans were the first thing that you could do like that weren't super guild intensive and stuff like that. When I came back to the game in like 2019. One of the first things I did was make Aegis because it was like always a dream of mine before I quit in the Void Watch days back when like relics became soloable. Me and a friend duoed his Apocalypse. Like we were in there on Beastmaster Sub Dancer and we were like doing the procs on Dyna and farming all the currency.
Damn,
this months. Yeah. So we farmed his Apocalypse and we were like, yeah, we'll do my Aegis next. And then we both quit after doing his Apocalypse.
Yeah.
We
I feel like your story just now is like super relatable. Like most people have very.
Yeah. It's funny because he recently came back and he played for like a couple months and then he went to Bahamut and then quit.
What a scumbag. He didn't even stay to help you farm your Aegis? What a jerk.
I mean we both fell off. Like it wasn't just him. And to be honest, like I don't blame either of us because doing that was terrible. So for in reference to tiering the relic weapons, it's kind of hard because these are the oldest weapons, right? I think we're gonna do our best to like treat them with a mix of like how they are in relation to
how they were
choices on this list, as well as like how they are like in current day. Because if they don't have any uses in the current day, we can't in good conscience rate them high.
I feel like the tiers are kind of a lot more divided in this category than in other categories where, like, say, prime weapon, the tiers are really close to each other, even though we have to, like, put them in different letter grades. They're almost very close to each other. In this, it's like an S is, like, how many miles ahead of a B. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's gonna be unfortunate because I always find it strange, like when I was looking back on our Prime video, and we were talking about some of the stuff that we put in B, and people like were upset that we put it in B, and I was like, that's still really good.
Yeah.
Like,
Look, you're still
an A or a
passing.
B on Prime is still really really good. It doesn't mean that like it's not good. It's just not. We don't see it as impactful as the other pieces. Um, Whereas this one, if it's a B, it sucks, and if it's an S, then you should be ashamed if you don't
Yeah.
have it. Right? I think that's kind of what we're going for.
At least how I mapped it, how I like planned it in my head, the stuff I would put in B, I don't think sucks, but is like for fun or neat. And then after that, it kind of just falls off.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So we talked about Safari. Where would you guys rate Safari?
Safari, I would put it in the middle, like almost in the middle of everything.
So like B?
Yep.
Is that where
Yeah.
you think it's a fun thing to have, but it's not really necessary?
It's not necessary. It's fun to have for a monk enthusiast or a monk specialist. It is something that can see.
Hegma, you sounded hesitant about that.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody that plays a lot of monk, there's, you know, even when I have Safari, there's very, very few instances where I'm like, oh, my game will be improved by changing to Safari. It's iconic, but like, I mean, I can put it in B. I'm gonna take a rare like reversal of my normal tendency to just try to inflate the things that I like. And you know, I would say I might bump this down to C later, even as a monk main, but yeah, we can put it like average right now.
Because the way I have it in my head is it's kind of middle of the pack, but the stuff that's right around it could float into a lower tier, but then like all the other stuff that's below it kind of float down even further. I think where you're coming from Monk is more so like in the modern era of how we approach things. If you're gonna bring Monk to something, put on the stronger weapon and punish it really quickly to die, rather than outlive it or counter it.
So here's a question, because I think, and feel free to supply your input for this as well, but I think in my experience that relic weapons are often one of the first rimas that a new player approaches, just because they're easier in the sense that you basically just need gil for them. There's very little like in-game like time gates or like really hard things that you need to get past. It's just gil, which obviously is its own thing to deal with, but I feel like the relics are some of the first rimas that a newer player approaches. So do you think
what you were hinting at with the other than the money is the nostalgia factor? People come back to the game, and that is the weapon they remember.
Yeah,
and well, it's also like, you know, especially if you're coming back from like the original 75 era, and you're like, wait, I can make a relic. I can just make one. Yeah.
I can just buy one for like not a crazy amount of work. Yeah. Do you think that Safari is good for a newer player?
I think if a new player is, I'm a monk, and they're going around and doing the story and doing whatnot. Monk is kind of a job where you have to really gear it to teeth for it to like be wrong. It's kind of like a lot of other off, where I was arguing that Monk isn't in a good spotlight right now, even though I think it's a wrong job. And because of that perception, you have to really excel at it to make people pick you over someone else or some other job. But in the interim of that, like a new player getting from A to B, I think Safari is very approachable and will service you really well until you get like God him.
I wonder. I don't know enough like about like, I haven't really played with it too much, but I wonder like where does Safari, from a pure damage or from like a pure solo perspective, Safari versus Karambit, like where does it stack up?
I think Karambit's probably close or maybe a little bit ahead. When I think about it, though, like, you don't need to, like, farming a pulse for a new player is often like, my link shell gave it to me, or I don't have it at all.
Yeah.
At least on Ashura, because there's services, you can buy an Ionic relative player.
That's true. You could probably buy an Ionic for the same or less than you could get a relic in a lot of cases.
Yes, that's what I was getting at. So like, you can get the relic very easily. There's no like barrier to entry, or you could join a link shell that's going to do an Ionic run, or just buy one outright.
On Shiva, we just give Ionics away. You join the Hegmo Discord and you talk to the right people, and they're like, "Yeah, okay, I'll give you one."
Well, realistically, I think that kind of thing is great. Like for joining a link shell to learn how content works, then get your first Rima or an Ionic.
I actually just started a new method of Ionic acquisitions that I tested out the last two that I made. So what I'll do is I'll pick out an Ionic that I want, and then I'll invite one person to go do the Ionic run with me, and I'll be like, hey, you can get this free Ionic, but in exchange you have to farm the Warder of Courage pop, and you have to do the incursion stuff. So I'll do everything else, but the two things that I don't want to do, you have to go do, and it works out really well for me.
Yeah, it's not a bad trade, honestly.
That is the most time-consuming part of it.
Yeah, exactly. So
I tell people all the time, and like not too many people have taken me up on this because I don't really advertise it, but I'm like, dude, if I have to stand where you pop NMs and kill them, I'll do it, no problem. But if you ask me to like collect the pops and run back and forth and exchange pop items and stuff repeatedly, I'm not gonna do that. But like if you just if you build all the pops, I'll fucking kill everything all day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think you need to change your stipulation of, I will do all of this for you if you just get me the Warder of Courage pop. I think you should add two things to that. I think you should, A, you must subscribe to my channel, and B, you must tell people that this guy's really awesome and he helped me farm my Ionic.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to get too close to the bordering RMT line that some people straddle, where it's like, hey, if you spend these points,
just put it in channel points. Just put it in channel points.
That's kind of sus. But anyway, moving back to the topic at hand. Our next weapon that we have up is Mandau.
Oh, Mandau.
Mandau. So I recently had a run-in with some Mandau. What's the word that I'm thinking?
Enthusiasts?
Mandau enthusiast. That's a good word.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna say I don't want to out him on live podcast, but it was Vire. And
okay.
I don't want to put anybody like to on the spot, but it was Vire. And anyway, basically some people in my Discord were talking about Gartel and how they were struggling with Gartel, and Vire's suggestion was to make 4 Mandaus.
Oh wow!
To switch up some weapon skills, and I don't even know exactly how the conversation started, but I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" So anyway, I yelled at him a bit, and I was like, "Don't tell new players to fucking make a bunch of Mandaus to kill fucking Gartel. That's ridiculous." And then because of that, I'm putting Mandau in D personally.
Nice.
Not anything like based on facts or anything like that. I'm just.
I'm all for dunking on Vire, but pre Impugandring the Prime Dagger, I think Mandau was actually quite a strong weapon. There was a lot of V25 clears early on that utilized Mandao and either usually having the red mage as piercing.
Right.
Typically, red mage using it as a piercing option was stronger than having red mage Uller.
Okay.
I think Mercy Stroke is solid. You know, it's a range dagger weapon skill, and but the dagger itself is fine. It's not exceptional. I think it's similar to Farai in power level. It has niche uses, or had niche uses in terms of either breaking up weapon skill walls or providing jobs that are on it different avenues for damage, mainly red mage. But in the modern sense, it's kind of fallen off. And it wasn't very high to fall off from in the first place.
Yeah. Like even like with the newer daggers coming out, like it was still niche. It was still like, this is a situation where you're going to be not using a sword or a club. You have to have piercing damage on like a job that you normally would use piercing damage, because Thief just has better options. Though I don't think it's terrible on Thief, is it?
No. But like, it's hard to in the world where you have access to all the tools, like if we take even Prime out of the picture, it's hard to sell a Mandao to a thief. They could get an anus or
yeah.
just
I mean, like
pour it.
Yeah, I know people don't like to do Twashtar because it's a pain in the ass, but like, you know, even that's such a big jump forward.
Yeah. Just Twashtar is such a pain in the ass that I've been sitting on 50 Glavoid shells and I still haven't started it. I got him from Blogging Campaign like 4 years ago.
Mandao to me definitely feels more like a red mage or bard alternative tool to break up weapon skill walls, have something else that they can.
Great.
Is Thief even
so what would
used
you
in the
guys
game?
do with... Oh, sorry. What was that, Hegma?
The question in chat was, is Thief even used in Endgame?
No, it's not.
No. I have heard some like pro Thief commentary from people that I trust recently, and it's like, that Thief is definitely like a Hegmo coded job, and that everybody hates it across the meta. And I'm like, I should be enthusiastic about like becoming a crazy strong thief based on my like track record. But even I'm like, nah, Thief kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's a Hegmo coded job.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're playing warrior and fucking all the meta jobs. And,
of course.
So
Raj in
Mandao...
chat is saying that Mandao's weapon skill got nerfed. That's some kind of funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep.
I would put it in low B just because I think there are much worse weapons that either just are terrible and don't do anything at all, or B didn't have a spotlight point in time period, where this kind of had a brief period where it was useful for some fights.
Yeah, I can see that. I do remember when I first came back to the game in 2019, and the very first Omen run I did was with Funkworks, actually. And he brought a Mandao Thief to Omen, and back in my Ambuscade +2, like, bailed gear days, he was tearing shit up comparatively. So
I think one of the things that hurts Mandao the most is no one wants to end poison anything. Just have a better end effect.
Yeah.
Like, all these weapons have cool end effects, like defense down or evasion down. Should have had something cooler.
Yeah. I think B for now is okay. Though it'll probably drop lower on the B scale.
I mean,
as we go on.
You're letting me kind of influence your opinion. When all is said and done and we look at this tier list and everyone's like, yeah, but everything else from this point on is utter trash and everything goes to B tier, then, you know, what am I going to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to save my battles, because like sometimes arguing with you just isn't worth it. And you gotta pick and choose your battles with decks, you know.
You just gotta go, okay, yeah, sure, and then you just put it where you want anyway. But
exactly.
Not.
That's why Hegmos and your tier lists aren't actually canon. Only mine is.
Oh, true.
Yeah, whoever gets to put it up on the official podcast is the one that gets to say. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Somebody just said in chat, the stat modifier on Mercy Stroke is 80% strength. That makes absolutely no sense.
It's a lot of strength.
That makes no sense for a thief that's not going to be stacking strength in general.
Right.
But
yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like,
yeah.
it's not really a thief or even a dancer weapon.
Yeah,
it's not on it. But like, it's not even like a thief coded weapon. It's definitely more of a bard or red mage fun toy.
Right. Okay. So moving on to the next one, we have Excalibur. What do you guys think?
Excalibur is one of those that, like, I feel like had a resurgence. It was crazy strong back in the day, and then it fell off for a long time, and like recently with Dubon, it's come back, right?
Yeah. So right now it's primarily used for Ammonon.
Yeah.
It has some niche uses outside of that. It has some good skill chain properties that Sword doesn't have in other places. So you can do like some cool self-skill chaining on Red Mage if you're doing solo, but primarily it's used by Paladin for Ammonon to do a little bit of damage and break up the weapon skill wall.
I think ultimately it would be much more popular weapon if Nagling didn't exist, because the damage it puts out is pretty impressive, and the light property, like you can go Knight of Round into most other things to make light, like Knight of Round and Savage Blade, or I think 2 Knight of Rounds alone is light.
Yeah. It actually does do pretty good damage, especially because it does not scale with TP, so you just fire it off at 1k. And considering that on Paladin, you gain TP pretty slow. It's pretty painful to hold up to like 1700 to 2k TP for like a Savage Blade. It's pretty strong. But
correct me if I'm wrong. All relic weapon skills don't scale with TP. Fire them off at 1k.
Is that really?
I think that sounds about right.
I didn't know that. Nice.
Does Metsu scale with TP? I can't remember off the top of my head. It might not. Let's see. No, it does not.
The thing about Excalibur is that, like, I think every time I look at Excalibur, I am reminded of all the different things it does. It's like I feel like it has so many effects on it that it stands out in a lot of ways compared to all the relics. Like, and a lot of things that are relevant. Like even the aftermath of having refresh and a crazy amount of regen on it. The additional damage that's just 25% of your current HP as an additional effect. The block rate, the fact that Knights of the Round's a decent weapon skill. It just has like a lot of different things that it does that make sense for Paladin.
Yeah, the Excalibur was actually the very first relic I saw in person. Back when I don't know, this was probably back in 2006 or 2007, and I was running through Roland Berry, and this was back when like I was level 30, and I checked everybody that I came across because I was interested.
Yeah.
And so I checked this guy that was running through on a chocobo, and I saw an Excalibur, and I was like, what is that? And I had to Google it. And I found out, that was how I found out about relic weapons.
Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Unironically, I think I have the same experience where the first relic weapon I ever saw was an Excalibur, but I was running through that tunnel in Kufim from Port Juno.
Oh, dang.
I think they were probably hunting King Behemoth, but I was too newbie to know what that meant.
You know what I always forget is that Red Mage can wear Excalibur.
Oh, yeah, for sure. When me and Shiraj did the 2-man Unafraid of the Dark, utilized the shit out of.
Nice.
I think Excalibur is kind of cool in that before the relic weapons existed, it was in the game, but it was not the same weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It was in the DAT files as something to fish up, like to be like lore accurate.
Oh, and nobody ever got it, right?
Oh, really?
No one ever ended up getting it before they removed it.
The rumor was something with like King Arthro and being able to fish it up when he was something like that.
That's one of those iconic like Final Fantasy 11 stories that might not even be real. The devs could have just made it up.
Oh yeah.
All right. So where would you guys put Excalibur?
Due to its history and how it's become powerful even in modern day, like still an option that you would use over Nagling, over modern relic Rima weapons, I put it in A.
I would put it in A too, yeah.
Yep, I agree with that. A is good. It has uses. It is not as impactful as some of the other stuff on this list, but it is really, really strong in a lot of scenarios.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I think when you just look at the barren tier list we have right now of 3 weapons, it very clearly is in a different tier than the other.
Mm-hmm. All right, this is unfortunate because we are past this weapon's heyday, but the next one was very, very popular when I came back to the game and had a long streak of being really strong, and that is Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. That was my second Rima. Was Ragnarok.
Oh, you have one.
I missed out.
Why,
I missed out on
did
the
you
Ragnarok.
I came back in that era when it was like that was how you did so much content, was like this idea of the like auto attack build warrior where you just like put on Ragnarok and you just spam out. You put up your aftermath and you just keep wailing.
I was told that with Ragnarok, LOL Scourge still never used outside of Aftermath, and spam Resolution with this weapon.
Yep. Spam Resolution. You put up Scourge for the 10% crit rate and everything, and then you just spam Rezo.
And Rezo did like crazy bonkers damage before it got adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite thing about Ragnarok is the people that come back to the game and they see like R15 only shouts, and then they look up like how to gear warrior and they find an outdated guide that shows Ragnarok in it.
Hell yeah.
And then they also don't know that Scourge is a bad weapon skill, so they bring Ragnarok and then they spam Scourge on stuff.
Hell yeah.
I've had that happen a couple of times in like Ambuscade and Odyssey segments and stuff.
I've
and
had
every
this happen
time
in
it's
LIMBUS.
hilarious. You had that happen in LIMBUS.
So a Dark Knight joined my shout, and we get in, and then I see Scourge go down. I'm like, what is happening? And they proceeded to basically flop a wet noodle on everything while we just carried them. It's very
Hell
fun.
yeah. That's great.
Yeah, it was back in the day. I mean, because it had like, crit hit rate plus 14% or something like that.
That's enormous.
Plus,
even by today's standards.
Yeah. Well, that was like the enhances critical hit rate V5 is 14%, and then Scourge is another 10% with the aftermath. So like you have 24% crit hit rate, and then you're doing more crit damage. So it was like the whole idea was that like coming from Monk, warrior and resolution spam was like sold to me as like, oh, this is Monk but you're a warrior, and that was like so cool because like all your damage was coming from white damage. The damage that you did with resolution was inconsequential because you were just like constantly chopping away doing crazy crits.
Not for nothing, but I think one of the biggest selling points of Ragnarok was the fact that unlike a lot of relics that have like a fat amount of attack, Ragnarok had 60 accuracy.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, which was a big deal when Dyna D was new, and you needed that accuracy for Wave 3 really,
especially
really
if you're using a multi-hit weapon skill like
Mm-hmm.
Solution.
And plus the Aftermath had another 15 accuracy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So, that being said, where is Ragnarok used today, guys?
It isn't.
Not at all. Yeah.
We just spent
Yeah.
5 minutes talking it up and talking about how great it is.
Yeah.
So tell the viewers when they can use this.
I think it's
Honestly,
all relevant.
a big golden two-handed sword. If you like the way that Helheim looks, it's cooler because it's golden. Honestly, I think this is one of those that just looks really cool, but that's about it.
To that point, I think like every single relic weapon is a cooler look prime weapon because it's just colored in. You gave the prime weapon to your kid and handed them some crayons, and they said, "This looks great."
Oh yeah. So if there's no uses for it today, which honestly I would tend to agree with, I would think that even the Radic, or not Radic, sorry, what's the Algol from Montante? That's what I'm thinking of. Montante, or
I'd rather use that than this, yeah.
Yeah, or the Agu's greatsword, pretty much like clear this.
So this
where
is
would you
where
guys?
you and me might disagree, but because it was good at one point and it's now no longer good, I would put it in C tier. Whereas for me, D tier is this weapon was never good.
That's fair. I would put it in C. I think that's fair.
Okay, I'll accept that argument. We'll go ahead and throw it in C tier. And next up,
having fun playing with your friend?
Yeah.
We have
Scoopy brought me snacks.
Well, tell Scoopy I also want a snack.
Think about banana. I'm excited.
Don't move him like that. You
On a podcast. We're recording right now.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, she's been having juice all day.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that you
juice
told
up.
me before we started recording that you guys were gonna get super drunk today.
Yeah.
What a champion.
Fantastic. So next up we have Gutler, which is the Beastmaster axe.
Gutler talks to you and wants blood. Gutler needs blood.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
I don't know much. As somebody who's a
thirsty guy.
Beastmaster enthusiast, I don't know anything about Gutler.
So when you go into the campaign battle and the Mithra chick who summons two rocks, that she'll fight the beastmen along with you, but with pet rocks. She has a Gutler, and in the chat log, the Gutler talks, not her. The Gutler's like, "Need blood, give me blood."
Yeah. Gutler is actually really cool. I'm kind of surprised that you don't know about it. In fact,
Yeah.
I think Aimer gets too much credit for its TP bonus for pets, and I think Gutler doesn't get enough credit because Gutler is one of the few ways that you can boost pet attack. The Aftermath gives pet attack plus 10% and attack to the master plus 10%.
I think it was just last episode where I was ignorant and I made claims about pets, where I said, "Look at these items. It says attack plus 10 airs." And you guys were like, "That's a lot, idiot."
Yeah, it's just pet attack is hard to come by. Like all the pet gear has accuracy on it, and very very little of it has like attack and like meaningful stats. So like in my opinion, I think Gutler is kind of cool. I unfortunately the pet attack doesn't matter that much because pets are so fucking weak that the 10% attack isn't enough to distinguish itself compared to other stuff.
For me coming up, people always told me that the 10% was like extremely powerful and relevant. It might have been that case years ago. But to me, like when I look at it,
it was relevant back when like the tiger was used, because the tiger has weapon or has ready moves. I believe it's the tiger and not the griffin or the hippogriff that has TP moves that don't scale with TP. So the attack is really strong. It was really strong.
Also, like before like a certain point in the game, anything with a pet modifier on it, like it was few and far between. So to have like a Rima quality weapon with something that buffed your pet in any way was crazy.
Yeah.
Well, to me, like, you know, I look at attack plus 10 or attack plus 15 pet stat, and I'm like, that's not a lot. But when I look at attack plus 10%, in my brain, like, The pet might have like 1200 attack and plus 10, 20. A lot.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely. I can't say definitely because I don't know 100% off the top of my head, but I'm fairly sure that's the most pet attack that you can get.
Nice.
For Beastmaster.
Did anybody ever have a Guttler? Like, how would this have ever been made in the 75 era?
I knew
my static
one
mate
person
who is a obsessive.
Yeah. I knew one Japanese player that made a Guttler in the 75 era, and it was always cool because like he was the one Japanese player that hung out in our English speaking wing shell, and everybody I can't remember his name, but everybody just called him I think it was like Luffy or something from short like that from an anime. Everybody just called him Luffy Sama. And whenever he showed up like to events, everybody would like get super excited because the Japanese guy showed up and all that fun stuff.
As a One Piece fan, the way you said that name gives me great pain.
Yeah, I don't care.
No.
Plus it's really fucking cool looking.
True.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it is cool looking. The only thing cooler than Guttler is Spalarisos, because Spalarisos is fucking busted.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Guttler is probably one of, if not the best looking relic.
I was going to say, is Onslaught actually a good weapon skill, like for what it's worth? Or is it just whatever?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't think it's that strong, but I could be corrected on that.
Because in my brain, like, Guttler is a stat stick that you pet. You don't weapon skill with it, but I could be wrong.
I'm sure it would be fine with like a TP bonus offhand using Mistralax. You know, just like every other Beastmaster axe. There's not really any good weapon skilling Beastmaster axe outside of the Prime. Like even Farsha doesn't feel very good, but that's just my opinion on that one.
It's fair.
To me, I would probably put Guttler on the B category ahead of Mando.
I also put it in B category, but on the lower end, because I think Beastmaster in the modern sense, if it's gonna augment its pets' weapons, rather verse. There's so few scenarios, if any, nowadays where, like you were saying with the tiger back then, those don't really come up the way they.
Right. They're very, very rare for sure.
But I do think it's still niche, unique in that it still provides a benefit for some pets that you can't get elsewhere. If you're a beast enthusiast, it's something you'll want to have in your arsenal for those scenarios. It can't be replicated. The thing is stronger than it at what it does. So that's why I put it in B over C.
Yeah, that's fair. What do you think, Hikma?
I'd agree with that. I mean, somebody said something in chat about Guttler Riddle, and I'm like, man, imagine being that beast back in the day. I just can't get over that. Like, imagine
being that
getting
beast back in the day. You're the talk of the town.
A 75 era beast. First of all, like if I saw a Beastmaster in like upgraded artifact and relic, I'd be like, holy crap, this guy is a sociopath, but I want to be him.
So what would that Beastmaster wear back then? Like Armada Hauberk and that whole set, like the super deck version.
Yep.
But yeah, having a Guttler and a Riddle, crazy.
Oh yeah.
Or was it Sonic Belt +1 was the crazy one back then?
Oh man, we're getting off into the crazy weeds. No, you're fine. After Guttler, we have Bravura.
Oh boy,
okay.
What do you guys think about Bravura, and why is it bad?
Metatron Torment.
And why is it bad? Megatron Torment.
Yeah, this is when they didn't know what they wanted Warrior to be yet. You know what I mean? Like it has like a tank leaning, like the DT20, which is insane back in the day.
For sure.
Region 15 Aftermath. I don't know. There's some cool stuff to that, but like I think it just doesn't make sense in how Warrior has ended up.
I have watched
Yeah.
Horizon streamers use this weapon, and it's strong there, but I have to assume they've off because to all memory, this weapon.
What was the last bit to memory of this weapon? What?
To all memory, this weapon has always been bad. Like, it hasn't served the purpose or been used.
Yeah, I don't know. I vaguely remember it being useful with the aftermath and the effect of the evasion down from Metatron, and making warriors much sturdier because 20 DT was huge. That being said, for the current day stuff, I think this weapon primarily suffers because it's a Great Axe. Like Great Axes are not well balanced right now. They have a lot of, outside of the prime weapon skill and Shanko, Great Axes are not strong. They're primarily utility weapons and with
or like
very
armor
little
break.
damage up. Yeah, exactly. So like I could see no reason to make this weapon as a new player, let alone like in a niche that you could actually apply it to.
Yeah.
Well, since it's a warrior only weapon, and warrior has the niche of having access to all the good stuff, it's like so down on the list. So I recommend that it's just not even like in the talks at all.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because like if the 20 DT isn't even relevant anymore.
Because you're never gonna
Warrior.
be under DT capped. Like if you're playing warrior in a real sense. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, there is some cool stuff on it. Like the rank 15 augment is double attack damage plus 10%, which like, with how warrior plays, I could see having some little effect like that, plus Suckpada's head and everything else where you get double attack damage. It's just that it's like where we're talking about Paladin, like everything on Excalibur is like, holy crap, this is amazing for Paladin, where it's like it's got regen and refresh and block rate and whatever else. And then this is all these pieces individually are kind of cool, but they don't make any sense for warrior in combination. So I just wish that, like, whenever I look at the relics, I'm like, man, imagine if they had taken more notes from the relics into the primes. Imagine if Lafria had DT to 20% or something like that on it. Like,
cool.
That would be fucking awesome. But
I do agree with you that I wish that the prime weapons were more analogous to what their relic counterparts.
Yeah,
from a lore
it seems like
too.
it seems like the first set of Rimas we got, they really wanted to like do something unique with the characters or with the jobs to a degree, and then they took that a step further with the mythics, and then after that they were like, no, let's just do damage for now.
Well, I think that like you have to imagine that the first time they did relics, like these are the ultimate weapons in the game. So like they probably put a lot of effort into like making them really unique and really specific to how they affected the jobs that could use them and all this other stuff. And then by the time, mythics were the second round, so they leaned into it even more. And then they're like, oh crap, how many of these are going to have to build? I can't keep creating unique effects. Let's just put some damage modifiers on that thing and call it a day,
Yeah. It's kind of a bummer, to be honest.
In a world where
Bravura. We're talking about Bravura. Where do you guys rank Bravura?
Well, in a world where a brand new player comes back, I want to make a relic weapon because relic cool. I wanted one always. Hey, you would never recommend the Bravura, the Ragnarok. So on this tier list where we have Ragnarok and measly C tier, the Bravura easily belongs.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. Bravura is the last Rima that I haven't made for Warrior, and I've been kind of like
stay that way.
Really?
Wow. For a long time now.
That's my Glonsfoss. I need to suck it up and make Glonsfoss one day for Monk.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch, that's a rough one.
There you go.
At least Glonsfoss look really cool.
True, very true. Without spoiling, you think that Bravura is the worst relic?
No.
No.
Wow. Okay. I don't either. So that's
Yeah. Actually, the worst relic is actually next. And
So did we put Bravura in D? Is that where?
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't feel good about that, but
Yeah.
I can't think of a valid argument to get it out of D, personally.
The warrior in you is crying.
Yeah, I mean, like it's cool though. Like it tries to do cool stuff. It just fails at it.
Sure does.
So, speaking of the worst weapon on this list, we have Apocalypse up next. So what do you guys think about Apocalypse? Yeah.
For the longest time, in my brain, like maybe like the first year or two of me back to the 11, I was like, Apocalypse is the best relic. He's so bust.
Mhm.
It heals you,
really strong.
gives you JA haste or gear haste or whatever. It has rain boost. The quintessential weapon. But I think that's really a skewed opinion based on how it was back in the day. I think it was way better at 75. There's all those iconic videos of people getting all the buffs and putting Apocalypse on and like attacking at crack clubs with it.
Oh yeah, breaking the haste cap back in the day.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, that was
I
pretty
feel like
iconic.
it has a value, and I think it's really good for newer players. One, it gives you the ability to skill chain with a scythe, and it's very, very good for survivability and utility because catastrophe
is still awesome.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing better than Catastrophe is Origin, but
yeah. So my problem with it is, one, it's on Dark Knight. And
we know how you feel about Dark Knight.
Mostly it's on Dark Knight. So unfortunately for me, it's gonna have to be a D tier.
Oh no.
So
yeah,
the acronym for Dark, how would you say that?
The acronym for
Dork?
Dark Knight, Dork Knight.
Dork, yeah.
The Dark Haters. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys. I mean, look, Catastrophe is. I would put it on par with Excalibur. Like, I think that the only thing that it had a huge amount of utility up until recently. The only reason it stopped having utility is because the Origin exists.
Yes and no. I still think so. Say if we take the argument that we like or don't like Knight out of the whole picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't realistically going to happen, but go on.
Yeah.
If Dark Knight is a good job again, how about this? You wouldn't use this in like a top tier scenario because Origin on what is the weapon called? Phonaria?
Phonaria.
Yeah.
I like how you don't even know what Phonaria is called. That's crazy.
I got it. Before you corrected me, I got it.
Yeah.
That it's just basically a better version of this weapon.
Yeah.
In every way.
I think that like
MP.
Outside of like a few like niche things like the haste on the Aftermath, which you don't really even need on.
Well, I was going to say the drain potency.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Drain potency on the R15 and everything.
So like, if I were to whip out my Dark Knight, I would still carry this around, even though I don't use it anymore as a drain.
Well, doesn't
but I'm sure someone's gonna
doesn't it get
me
beat?
And say Father Time is.
No, it gets beaten by the Shinryu scythe.
Yeah, but that's not real. Like, it's
my Dark Knight has one. I have a Crepuscular scythe.
Yeah, but that's bringing in Crepuscular.
Crepuscular scythe doesn't give drain.
It's how you break the HP cap, isn't it?
No, Crepuscular scythe gives dread spikes.
Oh, but yeah, you still get the. Okay. That's how you break the HP cap with a drain, right?
No.
Or with HP, or whatever, however it works. I guess, yeah, with Drain specifically, but...
Yeah, but regardless, like, using a Crepuscular Scythe with a 0.1% drop rate is, like, not... I don't know. That doesn't seem like a valid argument.
The myth, he's like, why talk about Crepuscular Scythe or any Crepuscular item when they're basically Bonanza weapon?
Yeah, they kind of are. Like, if we're being completely honest, I kind of agree with that take, but I don't know. But anyway, Apocalypse D tier, right? Did we agree?
No. I think Apox is like
Hegmo
an A.
says A.
Yeah.
You say D. I think it's a B tier, but like the tippy top of it used to be an A tier weapon, and I think it's fallen.
I think to your argument though, like if you're and I know that your answer is gonna be I would tell them not to play Dark Knight, but if you're a returning player and you're like I want to play Dark Knight, this is like one of the like I would be like, oh, make an APOC, because like it's probably one of the easiest, most accessible ones. It's going to add a lot of survivability. You'll be able to use it and do decent damage for a long time. I think that this has like still current utilization until you can replace it with a prime weapon.
If you you've made the mistake of returning to the game as a Dark Knight and you don't have any friends who are nice enough to correct you, then yes, I do believe it's probably your best option. Unironically, like it's probably as good as most Scythe category, because Scythes have been notoriously poor until the prime, and then the only other option would be to make a the what is it called? One that does Tor Cleaver. I can't remember its name.
Calibold.
Calibold.
So the trolling Dark Knight aside, I think what you said, Hegmo, is correct. But I think that the exact argument that we made is the same thing that we said about Sfarai. This is just a little bit better and more effective than Sfarai. So to me, the top of B makes sense, because I think it is a good option for new players. I don't think it stays as relevant the deeper you get into the game as Excalibur does.
Yeah, but at the same time, I would say it'll stay relevant exponentially longer than Sfarai will.
Sure.
I would put this on par, like because of Ammonon, Excalibur has an edge, but aside from that, like you won't be using Excalibur for much else in between.
I've had people use Excalibur in like sortie runs and other stuff.
I've had people. I've had Dark Knights bust out like before Fenaria existed, like near wipe on a Omen boss or a Raisenjima NM, and like everybody died. The Dark Knight clutch switched to Catastrophe and saved the run by just solo healing themselves and doing weapon skill damage. So it's cool. Like there are applications where it's been a really great weapon that has like served a purpose for a long time.
I do think it's really cool, and it's a niche that no other weapon on the list for relics kind of like it does something very unique.
And I think that like from a class fantasy perspective, like you have this weapon that's like Dark Knight, this edgelord that's always dying, and they finally have this thing that's like that just absorbs HP from the weapon skill. It's a cool lore element as well.
Whether we put it in A- or B+, I still think it's the same argument. But I do agree that it's stronger than the other things to be.
Yeah.
If you want to leave it in low A, I think that's even high B.
Okay.
Well, we all know that Myth has it in D on his spreadsheet, but I'll put it in A, low A on mine.
we already said that mine's the only one that's cool, so it doesn't matter. I'll split the difference and put it.
Well, Myth was putting in D for Because for Dark
Yeah.
Knight, D for Dark.
Oh,
D for
yeah,
Dark
of
Knight.
course.
I'll split the difference and I'll put it in D. Okay.
Got it.
I think top of B or bottom of A is. I think either one is fine. Okay, moving on. Gungnir. What do you guys
Aiden's
think
crying.
about Gungnir?
Gungnir. When a Volt enemy has it, it's fucking terrifying. Any other instance, it's whatever.
God damn, I wish
Yeah.
that if you use this weapon, you had 100% proc rate shock spikes
Yeah.
done to you for 10 seconds. God, that would be awesome.
That would be really cool. Unfortunately, that'll never happen. It feels okay. Let me ask this because we already know like how it is in modern day. How is it at 75 era? Do you guys know? Do you have any experience with it?
At 75 era, Dragoon was kind of a joke. People take you seriously.
Yeah, true. LOL Dragoon era.
Yeah, that's very true. I knew a guy that was like buying immense amounts of gil over a year or two to make one of these.
Really?
And yeah, and he had been working on it for a long time. I don't remember if he ever finished it or not. I think he finished it and immediately quit after.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
awkward to
That
me
seems
is
I wonder why he finished it after spending an immense amount of gil on it.
Yeah.
Realized it
story
was
you're
like
hearing
not
is he
worth
took it out and he tested it, and then
He's
he's
like,
like, "What
you know
have I
what?
done?"
Why did I spend my time doing this?
What's kind of awkward about it is it has the additional effect fence down, but it's 17.5%, and Angon is 20%.
Oh
You
yeah,
don't
it's just
it doesn't override it.
not as good. I mean, I guess Angon was like a merited ability. You could lose a little bit and spend your merits elsewhere, but
Hear me out though. You could
Aftermath is cool.
sacrifice the defense down in exchange for Hoxney, and that way you can keep Hoxney up and not change to Angon
nice.
and just use your Gungnir.
True.
But realistically, I don't really see any solid cases for this. This is like in my mind, this does less than Bravura.
No, in my mind, it's better than Bravura by a lot, but
It's okay.
But by a lot, I don't mean like a whole letter grade.
Sure.
Like, I think Bravura is really. I think, maybe it's wishful thinking, but I feel like this weapon could actually see decent numbers with weapon skill and its additional effect and 5% attack aftermath, double attack aftermath. Like, all those are really nice benefits for dealing damage. And then Bravura is like, I'm tanky or doesn't do anything.
Right. Okay.
But that being said, obviously, it's probably the worst polearm Rima,
Sure.
and I don't think there's much argument there.
Yeah. And I mean, polearms in general suffer from kind of a similar issue that great axes do, where the weapon skills are just not very strong, and they don't even have the utility, which really sucks.
And unlike some other weapon skills on this list, such as Knight's Hound and others we haven't discussed, or even Mercy Stroke or Catastrophe, Gears Kogel is not known for being quite powerful and exciting.
Right.
Of
Okay,
course,
I think,
of course, Velner showed up while we're talking about Dragoon.
Talking about Dragoon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Gungnir earns its place in the D category.
I like it at the top of D.
I have it below Bravura because I think Bravura at least supplies a little bit of utility.
Warrior bias.
It supplies a little bit of utility where Gungnir does not.
Gungnir, rank 15, all jumps plus 15% damage. That's kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else to add for anything else to add for Gungnir?
No.
It looks cool.
It does look cool.
It does. The trident aesthetic is something that's pretty cool.
Sorry, I tried.
And eventually we got eventually we got Gebuya out of it. So
Yep, it's
It
true.
was the predecessor for some greatness. Gungnir walked, so Gebuya.
That's fair. All right, let's move on. This is probably going to be our first one in the S tier, I think. And this is Kikoku is up next. What do you guys think about this?
Kikoku.
For whatever reason, has always been like overhyped in my like. Ninjas are always like, you could make a Rima or like Kikoku attack sent and broken.
Yeah,
I have a Kikoku, and I can firmly tell you that Metsu is indeed Bestu.
Oh, is it really?
It's
lying.
okay. It's not that great. But it looks really cool. Like, I love the look of Kikoku.
Blade Metsu is probably the coolest looking relic weapon.
Yeah, I think oh well, Blade Metsu is, yeah. I thought you were talking about Kikoku like being a cool looking relic. It's like, I think it is on par with Gutler as far as looks go. But I don't know. It's a cool little katana. It's not great. It's nice because, let me see. I believe it gives a similar attack buff to, attack plus 10% and subtle blow plus 10. So like the attack is not bad. And Ninja needs it.
Plus, it also enhances subtle blow,
which
further,
Ninja
right?
also could use. Yeah,
so it's another 10%. Yeah, Ninja does not need.
Right.
And it's subject to the cap. LOL.
How often does the additional paralysis effect trigger?
Little enough that I've never noticed it.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's about 10% of the time. It doesn't override itself.
Yeah.
I think it should, right?
It would be nice if it did. I think all aftermaths should overwrite themselves personally. But
I think we're in an era where, like we were just clowning on Dark Knight, and Dark Knight has to be in the discussion to get clowned on, whereas not in the discussion. When I came back to the game, Ninja was a lot more popular.
Yeah.
I think just because the meta was like less rigid in the 2019-2020 era, where like everything was played and there were less strict requirements doing things, content. I think it's mostly Odyssey's fault. Real.
Yeah, I think the rise of Odyssey and 6-man content has really like hamstrung the ability to be flexible in larger events like Dynamis with 18 people.
Yeah.
For a long time, people always loved to talk about Kikoku being maybe not the best, but actually very, like, in the conversation of Heishi versus Kikoku. You'd pick the Heishi, but Koku is still strong. What you'd always.
Right. To me, because I don't really have much else to add to Kikoku. To me, it's in C. I think it's right around where Ragnarok was.
That's exactly what I was getting at.
Okay, cool. I still think it's a cool weapon. If I still played Ninja, I would probably bust it out every now and then just for the walls. But,
realistically, I think the difference maker is that the weapon skill itself is fine enough, and it might not be the best weapon of its weapon category, katana, but you can still do fine with it.
Yeah.
And, if you're an aspiring young ninja, you have a little bit of gil, you're not going to be miserable that you did it. You're not going to jump off a cliff because you made the weapon.
Yeah, you'll be a little disappointed though.
Yes.
Once
in the long run. In the long run, maybe not in the short run.
Yeah.
But if this next weapon is made, then maybe you might be.
Yeah. So next up we have Amano.
Amano Murakuma.
Yeah, and I don't know much about Amano, to be honest.
Not good. That's what you don't know.
That's kind of what I get. Let's see. So Aftermath is Stuart TP plus 10 and Zanshin plus 10.
What I've always been told by samurais whom I respect is that Tachi Kaiten is dog.
Oh, really? That actually makes sense. I feel like great katana weapon skills in general tend to not be very strong until you get Fudo or
yeah. Even then,
or
like
beyond.
I feel like Fudo and Shohan stuff are good because the way they skill chain, but like
Right.
they're not really super strong, except for the hybrids, like your Jinpu and stuff.
Yeah. Was Amano any good at 75, bro?
I think it was okay, just because of lack of options.
Yeah.
But at 75, wasn't there also like a TP bonus Great Katana at 75 that was kind of bonk?
Oh, Hagen or whatever.
Yeah, Hagen. Yeah. But I think Amano was better than that, but I mean probably
I
by
think
how
mostly
much
because
I
of
couldn't
base
tell you.
stats, not because of the weapon itself.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, unfortunately,
You'd be hard pressed to find a Amano in the wild other than like maybe sub 10 players, right?
Right. I know a handful of people that have Amano.
Yeah.
But they're like, I've never seen anybody actually use it.
I can't remember what it was. Somebody was like, it might have been in my link shell or just like one person, like a year or two ago when people were still excited about progressing Swordy. And I can't, like, somebody was like on this hype train about Tachi Kaiten for killing Dartok or something, you know, like something stupid like that. But I've never heard anybody talk about it otherwise.
Stuff like that's bizarre to me because whenever someone does something like that, it makes me think they have like some sort of stock in Amano and they're trying to rug pull me.
They get 10% of the currency anybody spends.
Yeah,
on
like they're getting some sort of deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, Amano is D tier, but what do you guys think?
Oh, I think it's worse than.
I think it's worse than Bravura. Wow, and I know how much
Yeah.
you hate Bravura. It's crazy. Okay, unless Hegmo has a rebuttal, we're
No,
going
I've got
D tier.
nothing.
Based
Got nothing.
purely on feeling.
Okay,
Through
great.
you, Samurai.
Yeah, purely on vibes. Going D tier. Next up is Mjolnir.
Mjolnir.
What do you guys think about Mjolnir?
Mew.
I think
Thor
I think it was strong. Thor is strong for sure.
He's got
I think it
abs.
was strong at 75 when you could bust out your reverence mail, and
yeah,
you could duel when
you
back when
go to
melee
Virtua?
white mage was kind of a thing.
I loved those white mage monk Virtua camps. That being said, I think that was not very popular. It's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if you're gonna build a relic at 75 and go through like how nearly impossible it was, and you're gonna use it for a meme. This was the meme to make, right?
I feel like this weapon at 75 was like a big fuck you to everybody else.
Yeah.
Like to the general player base whom their link shell bank would never even look their way, and they were working tirelessly for their link shell leader to get their agent, and then some white mage walks by wearing this, flips you the bird.
Yeah. Outside of like meleeing for the memes, I don't think I can't think of any like, practical uses there were for this.
I feel like this is one of those, like, it is. I kind of imagine that this was like some dev had this vision of white mage being played differently, and they're like, well, no, look, we'll give it a weapon skill. People melee, you'll recover MP on proc when you hit, so like it's encouraging you to fight instead of rest. And it never made sense in practical application.
Yeah.
You want to know something funny? I'm reading the level 75 variant. It says recovers MP procs around 10% of the time. Source 4 to 15 MP. Will not proc during auspice.
Will not proc during auspice? What the fuck? Somebody requested that I read the aftermath effects and the additional effects.
Yeah.
So additional effect, you just read that on the 119 version. The additional effect is still 4 to 16 MP. Holy shit. And then the aftermath is accuracy 20, magic accuracy 20, and refresh 5, which seems underwhelming.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
What's kind of silly about this is it's basically a malignance rod, in that when you R15 it, you get 30 keytones. But the difference being that it doesn't have refresh 1 passive, but if you weapon skill with it, you get refresh 5.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
And you get encouraged to melee because you got to get that fat 16 MP returned.
I feel like any mage Rima that tells you in order to benefit from it, you must weapon skilling, kind of doesn't understand the concept of mage. Their backline job.
Yeah, but unfortunately, all of them do that. Like the black mage staff, the scholar staffs,
they require,
and that historically has always left them in the bottom of the tier list.
Yeah.
Right.
I just for added context, for historical context, the recovers MP not working with auspice, or for example with like afflatus misery or whatever. The auspice was added to the game in 2009, 2 years after Wings of the Goddess came out. So like that wouldn't have had any effect on your original relic application in like the first, going all the way up through COP.
Can you imagine
Treasures,
being one of
etc.
the brave souls who made this? Maybe like one of 3 people who made this. And then 2 expansions later, they add this like amazing spell to your job that makes the job better. And it breaks your weapon that you put blood, sweat, and tears in.
Yeah. I don't know. I would love to. I mean, there's some cool stuff. Cure potency plus 30 on the R15. They tried to make it work, but I think in the application, it's like you were wearing your light staff or whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Or your earth staff.
But it's cure potency 1, and like a white mage could literally like sneeze and like look at the.
But in the 75 era, I guess like they didn't have that rank.
But it's
15
R15.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That's true.
So I would say for mage Rimas that have like mage specific effects that aren't just like Tishtria do damage, for the ones that actually do something that have a mage effect, Square Enix played way too safe. They were like afraid to break a mage Rima where they're telling the mage to go melee to get the effect. They really could have pushed. They could have tuned it way higher, and it would have been still debatable. One of it.
Right. So yeah, for me, Mjolnir is another D. Unfortunately,
I think this is the worst.
The worst.
I think this is the worst one. I don't think it's the worst one, but I think it's one of the worst.
Well, if you don't think it's the worst one, the next one is the one you think is worst.
Man, I was hoping we would get a break before we had to do Colostrum. Like, I was hoping we could talk about some nice.
Well, the nice thing is, like, we can talk about Colostrum, get it out of the way, and then we have like an upward swing.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess let's fucking get Colostrum out of the way.
Yeah.
So I remember when well, I mean, this is a story. This is not something that I was there for. But when Relics came out, supposedly like DAT swaps weren't a thing. So somebody was talking about back in the day making Colostrum and being one of the very first people that ever made it. And everybody was like, oh, this is the relic weapon for Black Mage. This is the ultimate mage weapon. It's got to be really, really good at the end of the process, right? And then they made a Colostrum and they found out what it actually does, and they were like, what the actual fuck? And they
Didn't
just
do
regretted the entire experience.
It's had additional effect to spell.
Yeah. So
which that could be cool. Look, I played melee. I mastered my Black Mage as a melee Black Mage, but
hey Mo,
proud of you.
I'm gonna interrupt you right there. Just no. You fucking mastered your Black Mage dual wielding with a crack.
Maxentius K Club.
No, it doesn't. Even though you meleeed it, it doesn't even count because you used fucking clubs, bro. Like
Hagma was playing Blue Mage.
When I mastered Black Mage, I went out with Trust to Crawler's Nest.
Oh
and
wow!
I was using Occult Acumen and a staff and Magic Bursting, and it was
Yeah, you did it the hard way.
Damn.
It was a ton of fun. So melee Black Mage is absolutely viable. I think it's more viable than a lot of people give it credit for. But this staff is not it. This is,
all I'm hearing is that Hipster Myth is mad that Hagmo did it the smart way.
No, I'm trying to put things in perspective here is all. But yes, also Hipster Myth is mad a lot of the time. So
I would say, you know what, you're probably right in that this weapon is the worst of all of them, in that at least with Mjolnir they tried to give it something passive for White Mage at the R15 stage with Cure Potency, so you use it. This weapon doesn't do anything. This is silly.
What does it get at R15?
It
Oh,
gets
enmity
R15
20.
damage plus 16, enmity minus 20, and Gates of Tartarus damage plus 20%.
Dang.
15 refresh.
How hard does Gates of Tartarus hit? Is it good?
No.
No, it's not good. I can't believe you even asked that. It's not.
Damn.
Oh,
Damn, you had to be so mean.
To me, this is the worst one of all of them, and it feels like a personal fuck you to the backline damage dealers.
Well, I mean, I think that like Dex just said, like across the board, all of the caster based Rimas are like it's like one of those things that makes you question if they play the game. You're like, have you ever played Black Mage? Why? Right. With the exception of the Mythics, like the Mythic is still great, but yeah.
To me, like them making this in 75 signals that Black Mage was just strong enough as it was.
Yeah,
and it certainly was.
And they didn't like know what to do with it, and they definitely didn't want to like add more potential to it, because this is the heyday where Black Mage was the king of damage, right?
If the Black Mage relic weapon was simply the all the staffs combined into one that we can make nowadays, I think that would have been appropriate.
Right, the elemental staves like all rolled into one, and those were expensive back then. Like I
forget what it's called. Italian staff that has Iridan.
Yeah, yep.
That would have been an appropriate relic weapon at the 75.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Okay, so moving on to
now we're to the fun part.
Next one.
Look at these boys; they're all good.
We have Yoichi next.
Yoichi.
What do you guys think about Yoichi?
I like Yoichi. I always loved that Samurai could use it. When I made it fairly recently, and I had really high hopes that it would just like be crazy cool. The damage potential's not quite there, but I think it's really fun to play with. And before Panaka existed, it was like at least a fun bow that you could get some novelty out of.
Right.
I'm letting you go, Myth, because I have a lot to.
I think it has a couple like niche uses. I think it can be viable in certain scenarios. I remember when we were doing our initial Odyssey climb, this was actually key to our Ongo V10 win, because this was back when Ongo V10 and 15 were actually kind of hard, and it had some unique skill chain properties that allowed us to magic burst more often with Damas Arrow. So that was something that we used it. I know people have used this to beat our body V25. So that's obviously completely valid. But outside of that, like you don't need it for any of those things. You know, you can do all of those things that I just said without this completely fine.
Yeah.
But it is usable if you want it to be. So that's all I got.
Yeah, I think I did my first hour body clear with it. Not 25, but I made it for our body essentially when I made it. And like, you know, it was cool. It's fun. It's fun to use it. It feels cool to like actually get to use a bow. But aside from that, like I probably could have done the clear without it. The enmity minus I think that it has didn't like have a huge effect.
I don't know why the enmity control isn't equal to Annihilator.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's the biggest thing I'm going to talk about.
Yeah.
Weapon.
Yeah.
Yoichi, in my opinion, like the only reason people use it is because they're bow enthusiasts and they want to use bow fun, not for purpose or for function. It has the best arrows for accuracy, which is nice. If you want to use a powerful bow, such as Panaka, or even Fail Not, whatever you want to use. If you need the accuracy, this is your accuracy toggle, similar to how eradicating bullets, or I think that's the correct one, or the accuracy bullet, similar to that. Yoichi's enmity from Namazero is static, which is why people use it for low enmity generation. It doesn't matter how much damage you do. Static enmity based on how much, or based on the weapon skill itself. Namazero generates 480 volatile and 100 cumulative. It just so happens that Annihilator's Koronok does half of base, 240 and 80. So for the same amount of damage, and they're going to do comparable damage. They're both relic weapons. For the same amount of damage, you're dealing half. Now, when you go to Arabati is deceptive in that a lot of people believe it's a DPS check, but it's more so an enmity toggle, an enmity battle. Where you're balancing enmity, the Rune Fencer, the Paladin, the Ranger. This can be cleared with Yoichi. There's videos of Silmaril guy doing his bot fiesta using Yoichi. And I think that's where people get led astray. People see that video and go, oh, Yoichi's good for the... Or people get too tunnel visioned on Yoichi is a bow, and bow has a better true shot distance, so I can get better damage at true shot. Whereas it's hard to talk about the bow without talking about the gun. Similar. I know I'm like getting ahead of myself comparing it to the bow to the gun right now, but the gun has a 10% damage aftermath similar to Tana, for example, and the bow's aftermath is garbage. The bow's aftermath gives it snapshot and accuracy, and not 10% accuracy. It's like 10 accuracy. So any amount of true shot that you might get, which in many fights you won't be able to utilize, but in fights that you can, is going to be offset if you were using Annihilator for the attack. So if they're kind of like neck and neck already, the main purpose behind both of them is their low enmity generation, and Annihilator deals half it. The only other thing that you can make an argument for, which is kind of what Myth was saying, was its skill chain property. A lot of people like to say that Namazero on Arabati, because it's the main fight the relic weapons for. On Arabati, you don't have the risk of doing an arc, which would heal him during his better mode. To that I say, don't spam Koronok. Like, you can
use other weapon skills.
You can control that. You don't need to just blindly mash the button. So that all being said, like, I think Yoichi is a solid weapon. It can see play. The weapon skill does well. But it just is second fiddle to Annihilate. So this is kind of spoiling where I placed Annihilator, but I think Yoichi's a B.
Fair enough.
I think B is fair as well. I think it's more relevant than Mandau and Gutler for sure. Potentially more relevant than Svara. And since APOC is actually in the D tier, then Yoichi might be the top of B for me.
And this is remiss to say. I'm reminded by the chat. It is also a samurai weapon. It's samurai's only bow Rima.
Yeah.
That's cool, and samurai can use it sometimes for fun and stuff. But if samurai wants a piercing option, they have shining one.
Oh yeah, the pole
Amazing.
arms. Yeah.
I think the fundamental difference is that samurai is not a functional member of a group setup where you are dealing with specific enmity mechanics, and that is what ranger is designed to do, and that's what these weapons are designed to do.
Yeah.
So it gels so much better with ranger than it does samurai, even though it is cool that Sam can have the class fantasy of pulling out the big bow. It'd be
the big. I mean, you're in the Sam
pack or whatever.
You're in the Sam AF, and you pull out this big red bow. It looks
It
cool.
looks like a samurai weapon. It's very Japanese.
Yeah.
I think Square Enix messed up by making them too similar. I know they kind of didn't want to disparage people who liked bows and liked guns, so they made them kind of analogous.
And then they proceeded to just like make bows terrible for a decade. But yeah,
bows at 75 were amazing. But bows at 75 were very. My dream as a 75 ranger was to make a Yoichi, not an Anai. But that got upended when I came back to the game.
Yeah.
But I would say Square Enix should have leaned heavier into the bow and made it more samurai friendly and more unique, less similar to Annihilate.
Yeah, I think the greatest crime of Yoichi is that they teased us with a samurai bow on Arima, and then they didn't give Panaka to samurais. And
that's a huge failure on their part.
And look,
they've definitely moved
I also
away.
Like have to say I'm super offended that they didn't give warriors Spalarisos.
Yes.
But whatever.
they've definitely moved away from not only the samurai bow stuff, but also like the warrior single-handed axe. But that's another.
It kind of also irks me that we haven't officially jumped on Annihilator yet, but like they didn't reverse engineer the relic weapons. We're talking about how primes got modern jobs, but some jobs got left off for no reason.
Yeah.
When new jobs came out well after relics existed, they didn't put the jobs on them. Like Blue Mage should have had Excalibur, and Corsair should have had Annihilate, but they didn't.
Right.
Dang.
Great. So for me, the Yoichi is
it's a B tier. Maybe low B, maybe B.
Yeah.
I would say it's like I would honestly say Yoichi is more useful than most everything in B, but like just looking comparatively to Svarai or Gutler or maybe not man. I don't know. I think the Yoichi might be the best of the Bs right now, just by comparison, but I don't know.
But it's not the B's need.
I don't have it above Apocalypse, but I do have it above everything else in B.
Yeah. Well, I put Apocalypse in A minus, so that works for me.
Well, I would put Apocalypse in like plus. It's tough because they're not even. But there's a huge jump from B to A for me.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near Excalibur. So
cool. So next up we have is Annihilator next?
It should be.
Annihilator.
Yeah, it is Annihilator.
Phew.
Okay, what do we like or dislike about Annihilator, boys?
So I kind of rambled about both. Annihilator does 10% attack aftermath as well as 10 enmity. As a ranger in the modern era, you're stacking 50 enmity with your hover shot anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But while building the stacks, nice to have 25 enmity off for Coronox while getting there. Which makes it even less enmity generated than the Yoichi.
Mm-hmm.
And just like all the relics on this list, they have the multi-damage hidden effect. And on Ranger, that's more noticeable than any other job because of how Ranger's base damage works, crit multiplier works, crit damage, trait, etc. You'll notice it a lot more, especially with like a Barrage X proc. I think Annihilator back in the day was most commonly used things like Shadow Lord Zergs, stuff to that vein.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been, historically always a good weapon. I know in the in the 20 teens, when the Master Trials first came out, Ranger with Annihilator was one of the most common strategies for white and black. It's kind of like if you want to deal low enmity but do good enough damage, Annihilator's the go-to, and I don't think that's changed even today.
As far as damage goes for the weapons that actually do damage on this list, Annihilator has held up the best over the years.
Yeah. Like Coronach's not a great weapon skill, but I think Annihilator's a good gun.
Well, the thing about it, right? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you use ERP, you want to TP at 2k because of how the TP scale.
Right.
But you're going to be doing like 60, 80,000 permanent. But with Annihilator, you go always at 1,000 because it scales its enmity or whatever. It doesn't scale its damage. And you're going to be doing like 25, 35,000. It's half or less than half, but you spam it, which is a benefit.
Yeah. To me, Annihilator is unique, and it's held up better than anything else that we've discussed on the list.
Yeah. That's fair. Top of A?
Yeah.
In my opinion, Annihilator is the strongest relic weapon.
Yeah, I agree. I personally, I think it's an S with an asterisk, and the asterisk being, the asterisk being it's attached to Ranger. So that could be like influenced based on how much you care or do not care about Ranger. I don't think it gets as much use as the other two that we're going to be discussing soon, but I think it is equally as important in some scenarios.
Unlike all the weapons we've discussed, I would say Annihilator and by proxy Yoichi, if you want to make it harder for yourself, one or the other is essential for one of the fights in the game, and no other weapon on this list say that it's essential.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Fair enough.
Well, so what do you guys think about Annihilator?
I love it.
Yeah, it's cool.
Well,
I mean,
what rank?
I would
tell me.
I mean, I would say I'm reserving S for like the very pinnacle of usefulness. So I would put it A plus, like the very top of A.
Yeah, I would put it A plus. I would love to put it S, but I just don't think it crosses that threshold due to how niche Ranger itself.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think that is a fair assessment. It's definitely, to me, Annihilator is way more important, way more integral than Excalibur. But I also agree with you guys that it's going to be kind of left behind by the next ones we talk about.
Yeah, for sure. And as always, support job or tanking Rimas always kind of like supersede weapons in that they provide so much. So when we get into these last two, it just only makes sense.
Right. Okay. So next up we have Yellerhorn.
Yellerhorn.
Name a more iconic relic other than the one that I haven't mentioned. Like these last two are so freaking iconic, and they're job defining.
I just remember the horror stories of like level 75 alliances trying to take on the animated horns and like getting the entire alliance charmed. And that kind of stuff. Like I couldn't imagine what a pain in the ass this was to make back in those days.
Crazy.
Making a relic like not only did you have to take advantage of a entire group of people that you called friends and steal all their money from under them, but then you had to coerce them into coming out to Dynamis Zarkabard and hitting the floor numerous times. Just a horrible thing that talked shit to you while it did it.
Hell yeah. Okay, so what makes a Chihorn special, guys?
The G horn is the ultimate horn or instrument. It provides all songs plus, and it provides the strongest amount of all songs plus. Even back in the day, no other horn did that. As a bard in the 75 era, you had to carry multiple instruments for each different song, and G horn said, "I do all of them at once."
Yeah,
and even I mean, even going into current era, like it's the highest potency songs you can sing across the board. Yeah.
You could make the argument that today, Loud in the Shade does the same potency as Songs Plus, but you're not playing Bard and getting to a point at which you can have a Loud in the Shade
unless it's your second job. First. Unless you're like you're going, you cleared Sortie 9 boss status playing Red Mage and you decide to switch to Bard, and then maybe you can reasonably skip it. But there's also still a case for what? There's still the case that
it's still the best slot for magic accuracy.
Yeah, Yallarhorn has the higher magic accuracy and the instrument skill that the Lunashed doesn't.
It's ubiquitous to Bard. It does the same exact thing as Lunashed, except it have the extra songs. So
yeah.
You know, you can talk about that, and maybe on like an entire Rima weapon scale, it's slightly lower than the Lunashed, obviously for good reason. But in terms of relic weapons, it doesn't take away from it being a guest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it provides such an enormous boost to the song
for the whole party, for everybody that's getting hit with those songs. Yeah. You're getting a percentage increase on the songs. It's just hard to compete with that.
As far as melees go, Bard is so powerful. It's unavoidable.
I wish we could do one of these like tier lists where Bard is not at the absolute top.
Well, that's the problem.
Really sad, right?
Well, it's actually like that's what puts Bard at the bottom for a lot of people. You know what I mean? Is that it's so reliant on all of its Rima that I gotta fight it. No, I'm gonna say it that you don't even need to do all the hardest content in the game. You don't need a Yallarhorn or a Tardava.
Yeah, you don't need the Rimas anyway. Yeah. By the way, the game is designed to not need the Rimas, guys.
But I mean, that's what makes Bard so difficult, is that it requires all of these, every single Rima. Even if you're skipping past Lunashed, to Lunashed by power leveling your Bard up, you still need a Yallarhorn situationally. Dardabla might be the only one that you could feasibly skip, but even then, like, doesn't Dardabla actually become better for the range of the AoE radius of your sleeps or something like that? But I don't know. It's just that's what makes Bard difficult, is that it needs everything. It's the most Rima intensive job out there.
It needs everything because
they're also busted.
Enix's infinite wisdom, every instrument they've made for it that's an ultimate weapon has been that good.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
I like to imagine like the dev team being like broken up by job back in the day, and there's like the warrior team and the bard team and the monk team, and they all had to like present their ideas for relics. And the black mage team was like, or the warrior team was like, hey, I want to put double attack and double attack damage, and the producer's like, whoa, you can't be that potent. Look, we gotta balance things out. You get damage taken reduction. And they're like, fine. And then the bard team always comes up and presents and gets everything they want. And then everybody's like, fuck the bard team. They always get the best Rima.
Yeah. I'm hoping when they make the Limbus Rimas that they like somehow find a way to add another Rima that Bard absolutely has to have.
Oh yeah.
Like
I hope it's a dagger. I hope it's another dagger.
Yeah, a dagger with like song potency +2 on it.
Oh yeah.
We should,
song duration 25% and song potency on it.
Mm-hmm. And DT2 on it. Yeah. Shit. I mean, obviously, Yellowhorn is going to go in the S tier. There's
Yep.
just there's nothing about it. I hate how simple it is to just be like, yeah, it's just really good. Like let's just move on.
I wish there were more complexity to it. I do, but
Yeah.
it's just powerful to disregard.
All right, let's get our very last one for the day, then, guys.
Aegis.
This is the quintessential relic.
This is what
yeah.
This is
At
what your link
75
shell
is
leader at 75 funneled the entire link shell's currency to and then quit the game afterwards. This is what people still aspire to get. It's still
This is what defined a good paladin.
And it's still one of the single best shields for most content. I mean,
I'd argue it is the best shield for majority of content.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Okay. No, it's not. It's not. All right.
Really now.
It's not. I think you tend to overestimate Aegis a little bit.
I think you use Aegis for more content than use any other shield.
So you don't. So Aegis is in my opinion, in my eyes, Aegis fills the same slot for Paladin that Annihilator fills for Ranger. You don't need MDT2 for that many fights, and in fact, most of the fights you're going to be using Dubon or Prewin or whatever else. If you're taking multiple mobs, you're not going to be using Aegis, which is a lot of content. So like in segments and stuff like that, you're very, very rarely going to be using Aegis unless you really need the extra DT and you're running into like a group of puddings or skeletons or something and you're getting nuked a lot. That would be really the only reason to swap to it. Where Aegis comes into play a lot is the specific fights like Hamanon. You're going to be using it, but for the rest of Sortie, you're not going to be. You can use it for Kalunga. If you decide to tank Kalunga on Paladin, Aegis is going to be the way to go. But outside of the the specific magic fights, you're going to be using another shield most of the time. The thing is, Paladin is going to be used more than Ranger, which is why it's a step above Annihilator. And when you use the Aegis, you need the Aegis is the main thing.
Aegis is just stronger than Dubin for magic damage, even if the Dubin is stage 5 by quite a lot.
Yeah. If you compare the stage 5 Dubon to an Aegis, you'll take half as much magic damage with an Aegis as you will a stage 5 Dubon. The
I saw Shiraj's comment. When you need an Aegis, just go Rune Fencer.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the fights that like people do use Aegis on, outside of Ammonon, you probably could do just as well or better with a Rune Fencer without a Rima.
You can tank Ammonon as a Rune Fencer sub white mage. It works. It's just
I know you can. It's just harder.
I think
and I don't think
Dubon
that's common.
is obviously better for Paladin for like multiple small mobs, but for majority of bosses where you bring a Paladin, you put the Aegis on to mitigate that damage.
There's instances where that's true with the bosses, but they're specific bosses. Like Ammonon, Kalunga, you're using it for a couple like ambuscades. Outside of that, there's not a whole lot of NMs where you really need the Aegis. But it is, again, like when you need it, you need it. So if you're a Paladin, then you expect to, if you want to do all the content, like you need to have an Aegis. It's just like having, I mean, potentially even more important than having a G-Horn for your Bard, because you'll die and then your party will die and then it'll be embarrassing.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's really good. The block rate does suck, as somebody pointed out in chat. When I used to run a counter build with my Aegis to make up for some of the block rate, because you can cap DT super easily on Paladin, and you can add in a little bit of counter to make up for a little bit of the block rate, which is kind of interesting, but that's more of like a for funsy type thing. It's not something I would take super seriously.
Between Aegis and Dubon, like, the other shields don't really come out nearly as often.
No, definitely not. I think I think these are the two. I think Dubon, to me, it's probably going to be like a 70-30 split where you're using Dubon 70% of the time and you're using Aegis the other 30%. But it's still very, very important.
I feel like of the relics on the list, the Aegis, when it's needed, is the most essential, whereas the other ones you can get by, or it'll be harder without, but the Aegis becomes the most essential when you do need it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So would you rate Yellerhorn or Aegis higher?
I think Aegis goes a little higher, and that might be
Really?
strictly due to the fact that Lunashade exists, and due to the fact that you could wear weaker potency songs and still win fights, but without an Aegis, you will struggle to tank certain things.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think the difference is, like, if you don't have an Aegis in certain scenarios, you die, and if you don't have a Yellerhorn in certain scenarios, you do less damage mostly.
It's harder, but it's not impossible.
Well, I mean, I think that you can overcome the lack of a Yallarhorn through persistence or through luck or through a variety of things, versus like in certain scenarios you can't overcome the lack of an Aegis, right? Like, you just have to work a lot. Everybody has to work a lot harder because song potency is a little lower, but you can't stop the paladin from getting one shot by a crazy hit. But I don't know. I think that, like, it's hard for me to put. I don't know. I'm on the fence. I think it's still below Yallarhorn just because of how impactful Yallarhorn is across the board to so many different things, aside from a couple niche encounters.
Yeah. I think Aegis might be the top, because it's if we compare the +3 to +4 songs, is probably a smaller impact than keeping your entire party alive during those NMs where it matters.
If we're ranking them from like a iconic standpoint, I think Aegis is much more iconic and much more representative of the relic category. It's what people remember more.
Yeah.
It's also probably the most made relic item of all.
I think it is definitely the most made, according to Auction House at least.
I remember back when Void Watch first came out, and I couldn't afford an Aegis like we had talked about earlier, and I was getting clapped on Paladin in Void Watch, and I was so mad because I had just made an O-chain, and I was like, I should be able to tank everything now, right?
I have the best shield.
And I think it was the one in Behemoth's Dominion. I can't remember which NM that was, but I just kept getting one-shotted, and I was like so fucking mad because I had this super cool O-chain that I just went out of my way to make, and I just kept dying.
Wasn't
and then
it
in
the
Aegis
Mantis?
Paladin, I think it was the Mantis. But yeah, those days were rough. But yeah, Aegis is really good. So if you're a Paladin and you don't have one, you should go get it.
For sure.
Okay, guys.
And I think it is. Just like final note, I think looking at all again, this is one of those. I don't know why Paladin got such a good role on relics, but like compared to everything else, like compared to every other buff on all of the relics, the amount of MDT2 on Aegis is mind-blowingly crazy. Like, especially in that era, especially back in the day. Like, it's such a huge amount of stats that whoever on the team must have loved Paladin a lot is my only takeaway from it.
think it was more impactful back in the day.
Yeah,
Especially
exactly.
considering that, Rune Fencer didn't exist.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, that was like bread and butter. You couldn't, you suffered without having that thing. Nowadays, there's more options, but the potency of it's even higher, and it makes those fights much more viable on Paladin.
Yeah, and it was interesting because they balanced it exactly for like what Paladin needed, unlike a lot of some of these other ones where like Paladin could deal with the physical damage, whether that was like blocking or using sub ninja shadows or whatever, but would get wrecked by some of the magic damage, or Earth Staff famously, that kind of stuff. But yeah. So we have the list up. Is there anybody have any objections, or do we want to change?
Do we need to move anything?
Do we need to move Colostrum up to S tier?
I think Colostrum got a bad rap, and we could probably no, it's all fine.
Okay.
I'm
Cool,
pretty
we did
happy,
it.
and I know you kind of hinted that you might want to move things around later.
I think that was Hegmo that was talking about that.
I mean, I think it's always like reserving the right to shuffle stuff as you go. But I don't know. I think this is pretty close to what I would imagine.
I do have to say that it makes me sad that D tier is tied for the most amount of weapons in that category.
Well, I mean, the relics are the oldest weapons, and like they got updates with R15s and everything else, but like in general, the design of them is from the very beginning of the game, essentially. So they just haven't aged well as the game has evolved.
Yeah, what has aged really well though is Limbus.
Ooh.
I think it's going to age. I think it's going to continue to be going really well. Actually, speaking of Limbus, do you guys have any speculation on when you think the updates, whether that's the battlefields that they hinted at or the weapons or anything like that, might occur in Limbus? Do you think it's going to be another 6 months?
If I were to do a timeline, I would wager that we get the high tiers before any meaningful update to Limbus. That we would get the weapons and the final version of Limbus or final update to Limbus with additional NMs or whatever they were talking or hinting at near the end of the year. I think fall.
Really? You think that long?
Yeah. I think they're going to spit out the high tiers in the summer.
Yeah. I want to have like hopium on this one, and just because like something, and I don't know if it was something they said or if it was just because how rapidly they were updating Limbus at the end of 2025. It was like every month was an adjustment, a patch, an adjustment, a patch. And so when they said that they were 90% done and they had one more patch, I think that in my head at least, and maybe they didn't say it, but in my head it was like, oh, maybe February, maybe March. Okay, not February, March, maybe April. Okay, not April. Like I was expecting it in the spring. So
do you think
I don't
it's
know.
possible based on the feedback that they've received that they want to do more than just one?
Based on the based on the feedback they've received, I would imagine that would mean they want to do more updates. But based on the director's response to us having any kind of concern over how Limbus works,
said no.
Yeah.
But the one response that kind of perked everyone's ears up and surprised everybody was that when told that Limbus takes too long to do the content, he kind of agreed and said they'd be looking into ways to potentially fix that problem, which is also not a yes, it's a maybe. And
I guess I also lump that into like a maybe in more than one update, in the sense that they'll do a final content update where we get, because they had kind of hinted at like battlefields or something, they said, where you could do fights, to get whatever you get from that. They also hinted at weapons. So I could see like that being the final content update, completes Limbus, and then they do adjustments later, which reduces the amount of time. I could see that. Yeah.
my hope is that, they had an idea of how they wanted the final wave of content, NMs, weapons, whatever to be. And over the course of these last few months, with the general consensus and, both regions having their own sets of feedback and them conceding that things do take too long, they've kind of put it on the back burner a little bit to try to adjust things for the final patch. But
I'd be okay with that. I would like that, and I think that would be really nice if they spent some time adjusting that. But I also am skeptical that they'll actually do.
Oh, I do not have faith in that whatsoever. that is what I want, and that's what I hope, but I don't have faith in it at all.
I mean, I'm still hopeful that we'll get final Limbus updates maybe in June. Like, I don't expect them in May. I think there's going to be too much going on in May with anniversary stuff. Maybe we get like because like they're kind of like, I kind of see them as maybe joke battlefields in a way, where the HDMBs with the additional scenarios is maybe an anniversary thing, maybe in the summer. But I don't know. I feel like the final Limbus stuff, because going back into July, that's 6 months since they added NMs. That's a year since Limbus was initially updated to finally have the system like in its 100% form. I would hope that it's in the summer.
What about somebody pointed out in chat? What about the anniversary coming up next month? Do you think they'll do anything or unveil anything for that?
I think we're not getting a Bonanza weapon.
Yeah. Speaking of the anniversary next month, it's also the anniversary of the Blur podcast. We'll have been going up for 1 year.
That's crazy.
We'll have been recording this. We'll have been reigning best podcasts. For Final Fantasy XI retail. For
52 episodes.
Yeah, 52 episodes because we've never missed a week.
That's crazy. I don't know. Like I never want to expect too much, because that just sets us up to be disappointed. I think that we'll get the normal discount campaign, the normal special like anniversary keys and whatever we get normally. I still think there's a slim chance that they do Mog Bonanza weapons again. They've just been trying to downplay it as much as possible, so it's a surprise again. But in terms of content, I don't like maybe they do like a Crystalline Prophecy fight and they start rolling those out in the May update.
They'll do them all at once? You think they'll do them one at a time?
Do you think they'll do them all at once? Do they do anything all at once? So. We've been updating Besiege for 18 months now. I don't think
we get the final Besiege next month, right?
Yeah. So I don't know. I kind of expect them to do at least like across multiple months, but who knows?
I think if we're to ever get another Bonanza coupon, it'll be next year for the 25th anniversary.
You think they'll take a year off?
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. What Bonanza weapon would you choose?
We're going crazy today.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No.
My next one, I'm leaning towards the Ice brand for the lulls, the nuke with, but I think that's a stupid choice, and I would probably stew on it. If we actually get a coupon, I'll probably stew on it and not pick that.
Part of me would say like what's the flex to do? And I'm like, part of me is like, I maybe just +1 my Diamond Aspis so I have a +1.
You can't.
I don't think you can.
Oh, you can't with the reward? Oh, damn. Well, maybe they added that.
You have to win the Bonanza for that thing.
But didn't they add
also,
the Iris
also Diamond
after?
Aspis doesn't have a...
Oh, it doesn't have a +1? Okay, then Bubble Crab. It have to be Bubble Crab.
Bubble Crab?
Are we talking about winning the Bonanza or getting the Bonanza coupon?
If I got a Bonanza coupon, I had to choose another weapon. Dude, I don't even know. Maybe... I guess Wizard's Rod, just have it in my pocket because it's the best one.
Yeah.
Wizard's Rod's really good.
Yeah, I'd probably do Wizard's Rod.
Egma was not on the episode where we discussed the Bonanza weapons.
Yeah.
That was
honestly,
0, right?
it might have been better because of that. But...
Wow.
What the hell does that mean?
All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out today. That's all I got.
Thanks again.
So yeah.
And if you disagree with our opinions, well, they're not opinions; they're facts. So get used to it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's all scientifically tested.
When you have the #1 Final Fantasy 11 podcast, come back and let us know what you're
the number one by
come
default.
to us. Otherwise,
keep in mind.
go back to
Also,
the gutter, clown.
Please don't make a podcast because this is all we have.
yeah. If anybody else wants to make a podcast and knock us out of the #1 spot, feel free, because it probably wouldn't be that hard.
Leave a comment in below so we can just downvote it. Nerd.
Jesus. All right. Thanks, everybody. That is it for today.
Thanks for watching. Bye.
See you.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Oh, I finished my last Limbus run, and my automaton magic skill is up to 311 out of 446.
Oh, wow. I am on my 3rd climb since we started. I'm about to finish it.
Atta girl.
Yeah, it feels bad. I don't know.
I wanted to tell people to send more emails.
Oh yeah.
Oh
more,
yeah,
well,
yeah. We are in an email slump. That's true.
If you're still here, send emails. It can be about socks. We read them about socks.
Jesus Christ.
You can ask us about how we pour our cereal into the bowl, for fuck's sake.
Hell yeah.
Dude, cereal and then milk. But not enough milk. You do just enough milk to do the bottom.
You peel your banana from the stem or from the black bit at the bottom?
How do you guys eat your
monkey
muffins? I eat mine. I unpeel it and then I put my
top of sugar off and then I throw the rest.
No. Okay.
Oh
Thank you for the raid. Scoopy made muffins this week, and I have eaten them in 3 fashions. There's you take the bottom off, and then you eat the bottom of the muffin, and then you eat the top. That's probably the best
that's the best
move.
way.
The humane way.
But then there's also the I'm an animal move, where you just take the wrapper off and you shove the whole muffin into your mouth, which is also arguably
How big are
pretty
these
good.
muffins?
They're small. They're not like a big muffin. It's
like Dunkin' Donuts sized muffins.
Like raw dog and muffins in one bite is crazy.
And then what Scoopy does, Scoopy actually cuts the top of the muffin off and then puts butter in between and then microwaves it for like 20 seconds, which I've never done, but she swears by it.
Yeah. It seems like Scoopy just like adds butter to everything and calls it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
More butter, more better. That sounds both delicious and unhinged at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Cool.
Speaking of Scoopy, is she okay? Is she in Juice Land?
Yeah, she's
Juice World. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna go get some food. So thanks, guys.
Right.
I will
See you.
Juice too while you're at it.
Okay.
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Hell yeah. Oh, there. Sorry, I saw the question. Yes, there is a shield. I actually have the shield. The Diamond Aspis is what I was talking about, and it's actually really busted. It's actually really good. It's probably one of my favorite of the choices if you play the jobs that can use it. If I can find out where I put it. Diamond Asp. Oh, there it is. So 25% extended duration on any self buffs that use through job abilities. Plus, it has a ton of magic accuracy and magic attack bonus. I actually used it on Red Mage for absorb TPs on Ammonon. It was actually quite good. But 100% uptime on Killer Instinct and stuff. Crazy, crazy cool. Great for Paladin as well. Affects sub job abilities too. That's crazy. It's a really good option. Wizard Rod is fantastic. There's a lot of good options in the list. Butter on all the things. Dude, I wish I had a muffin right now. I think I ate the last one when Scoopy brought me a sandwich. Okay, what else to do today? What else to do? Da-da-da-da-da. We're up to we are up to 312 out of 446. That's 2/3 of the way. More than 2/3. What's the real math on that? 312 divided by 446. We are 69%. 69.95. 70% of the way there. We'll kill this crab and then we'll move on with our lives. And then we will move on. What's the podcast email? I know it up from the top of my heart. Oh shit, I forgot about Ionis. I do have skill up food, but it wore off. There you go. There's the here's the podcast email address. Oh man, this whole time I didn't have Ionis on. I believe that the BEW Pitaru that increase skill up rate do affect your automaton, yes. Da-da. Damn. Unbelievable. We are still getting 0.4 skill ups though, so. The thing that's slowing my skill ups the most is that when the automaton pulls hate and gets interrupted every time they start casting. That's the actual worst. 2 more Limbus. I'm not going to do Apollyon. I might go do, should we go do Ultima? Where's Kid? Is Kid Icarus on? Don't. We might go do Ultima. Working on your red mage gear sets? Damn. Okay, I think we're going to go do Ultima. Yeah, the thing with Dragoon is one of the top damage dealers once you get a prime weapon. Up until the point that you like Trishula's okay, Shining One's okay, but it really gets bumped up ahead when you get Booyah, the prime polearm. In general, with the thing that Dragoon suffers from is that it has Nagling Savage Blade and then piercing damage. And piercing damage often gets left behind. Yeah, I'm gonna punch this thing. Let's just kill it. We should go get ready for Ultima. We're up to 314. That means we got like 100 skill ups in the past 24 hours. And we're doing tier 4 spells now. That's pretty good. Calamitous sent an email for us? Hell yeah. Best polearm is probably Shining One from Ambuscade until you get the Prime polearm. Once you get the Prime polearm, it is by far the best. I also, my experience with Trishula, the Aeonic, has always been I get Shining One, and I'm like, holy crap, Dragon's cool. Impulse Drive does crazy damage, and then I get Trishula, and I'm like, I guess I'm gonna keep wearing Shining One. What's up with them disliking Sam? Who, the podcast boys? The podcast boys hate Samurais and Dark Knights. I don't know what's wrong with them. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I think they just do it for reaction. It's reaction bait. That's how I cope with it. I don't believe it includes Rima skills. I don't think it has Kaiten or Mume or Shoha or anything like that. But I could be wrong. I don't think so. Oh, you know what? I need to go. I have a random urge to waste gil. Hold on. I think that one reason people like Dex, if you want the honest answer, one reason people like Dex and Myth hate Dark Knights and Samurais is that, generally speaking, and I don't mean this directed at anybody, generally speaking, when a returning or a new player starts playing and they want to play a damage dealer class, they go to Samurai or Dark Knight. It's super common. And because of that, a lot of returning and new players are like not quite as geared, not quite as experienced. So like a lot of Samurais and Dark Knights are not quite as not quite as good as their counterparts, right? Not to say that those jobs don't have really high potential. There's just the disparity in the quality of Dark Knights and Samurais compared to other things. And so they get kind of a bad rap. What am I looking for? What is this set called? Is it jealousy? Is it resentment? It's gotta be. Resentment. Oh, there's not any legs. Damn. Damn. No. Is that the right thing? Yeah, that's duty. Okay, I'll wait. Ba-da-boom. Look, we're about to get personal. Do-do-do-do. Am I just playing every job on the set? No, I actually happen to like all these jobs. I'm building the set because I like all of the jobs that are on it. You know, the only thing that I'm not interested in playing is Thief and Dancer. Monk Beast Pup. That's like my bread and butter. But maybe when I master my Thief, I'll have a bunch of SU 530 stuff and I'll be blown away. You never know. You never know. All right, so we have to go find the last roaming NM. You know, the reason why I play Pump is because of people like Dex. I did gear up a dance. I have an okay geared dancer. I geared up dancer for Ammonon in my first sortie group. And then we fell apart before we could actually make use of it. I thought Viper in 14 was cool. Viper was my first job to 100 or whatever the cap is. I really like Viper because I could pretend I was playing Warrior Ninja. I could pretend I was playing War Nin, and it was super fun. You wish Monk got more love back in the day, standing around Chi Blast and dropping Sky, ended up on Paladin or Barter White Mage. I never really played too much endgame Monk in the 75 era. I didn't really start playing Monk until Abyssia era, and that was some of the most fun I had. Because Abyssia era Monk was crazy strong. Vipers. 1 second, Scoopy needs me. Scoopy got me coffee. Do 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 do. Okay. I would bet that this this NM is in the back of Central 1. That's my first bet. That's guess number 1. What the fuck? What the hell is going on here? Sakpata Caliburg Paladin. Just tearing it up. We did not. I don't think we even mentioned Summoner when Claustrum came up. That's probably a really good point. I think we just laughed at Black Mage and moved on. Well, I don't see him. There's one in Northwest too. We need one in Temenos. Do, 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 do. We need a Temenos boy. That's fair. Everything we said about how much it sucks for Black Mage just doubles down for how much it sucks for Summoner. Fair. Well, I don't see it here. Countermonk can be good for solo play, but in a lot of instances it won't keep up. Where the... I think that guy was soloing. Maybe he had trusts out. I have my trust display off. Okay, so not in Central 1. Central 2. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, the best time to start Sortie is right now. Why are you guys so bad at this right now? What the heck is going on? Wait, there's Summoner in this game? Yeah, I think he's being facetious. There is still stuff that's kited. A lot of people do kiting in Sortie, for example. Sortie bosses will sometimes get Paladin kited. Gravity and then kite. Some stuff in Odyssey as well. Why are we getting attacked by Antica? What's going on here? What the heck is going on here? Why is my friend dead? Could you put this guy to sleep? Thank you. You don't need Naomi 25 necessarily to. What happened here? What the heck? You don't necessarily need rank 25 Naomi to melee Zerg. I've done it with less. I've definitely done it with less. I think 20 Naomi would be fine. But it depends on the rest of your gear. You know, a few like +4 artifact and relic pieces to fill go a long way. A few Imperium pieces. And it also depends on the mob. Like I started melee zerging Zerdy when I had multiple primes. Like multiple prime stage 4 and 5. You could probably do it before then, but and you still have to do some mechanics as well. Like on Albumin, you still need to sleep. On Aranus, you still need to deal with ads and stuff. I guess he could be back here. We should look. Check the other side. Sorty hates you and won't let you get to +3. You just come play with us on Shiva. We'll get you to +3. Oh, we'll get you a +3. Da, da, da. Okay. I don't see it here. Who the fuck just got... Why are you aggroing? What are you doing? Secret Starstone hookup? Oh, we'll get you Starstones. Oh, we'll get them for you. Okay. Okay. Why did you just cast Horde Lullaby but those didn't die? And why? What is going on? Why are these still awake? No effect on the Unseelie? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm going crazy. Do, 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 do. Okay, we'll check 4. New AV? There is a new AV. It's called Warder of Courage. New as in several years ago. Absolute Virtue 2.0 is Warder of Courage. He was brutal. He was brutal at first, and now we can largely overpower him. Dun, 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 dun. Wait for it. Wait for it. Think we can squeeze by? YOLO. We didn't squeeze by. Just keep running. Just keep running. Oh god. Oh god. I like doing I like just zerging. You just silence him and you're okay. Silence walk and say okay. Where are you? He's gotta be, he wasn't in, I killed the Acadian in North. Now I can't remember where I killed stuff earlier. I think I killed the Acadian in North and then we ran into that Horos. Was that in East? That means if he's not here, he's in West?
Chloe, Johnny.
Wait, what happened? Oh shit, did we run out of credits? We might have run out of credits. Da 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 da. TTS monster.
Test my check.
Oh. No, she's okay.
No. I just don't want to talk right now.
Huh. I wonder why that one didn't work. Da, 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 da. Oh shit, I forgot about these. Oh no, we still have 385 TTS redemptions to go. You guys are fine. Yeah, until it, I don't know when it refreshes.
Frio 84.
On the recent 384. Oh my god. How did you both have the same idea?
Let's do it this. Only 383 to go.
I like how they can't read numbers.
Save brain cell.
383. It's down to 381 now, by the way, on refresh. Yeah, that's for the month too. It refreshes on the 1st apparently. Also, I do need to renew. I need to renew my TTS monster. Technically, Austin did pay for it. He did give us. He did donate for it, so I owe it to him. But I was gonna see if I could email them and get like the rate that they offered me when I unsubscribed that was lower. Because it's like $18 a month or something, which is crazy. And they literally have no they're like, contact us, message us on Twitter or join our Discord. There's like no email to contact. They got a little cold. Yeah. It's just because some guy doing AI voices in his garage. I mean, probably basically. Probably pretty close to that.
Where is the more guy? Aye. Mister.
Oh yeah,
Guy.
emo guy. Yeah. Where are you? Ba-dum. Where is this darn NM? Why is iced coffee good? Coffee ice cream's good, but cold coffee is bad.
ASLONGASIM here. Any sync is possible.
Damn it, Hikari. Not enough cream and sugar. Fair enough. Meliora, can you tell me where this last NM is? I can't find it. This is my second lap. Technically, this is my third lap today. Do you have any secret tips for me? There should be one more left because we were at 20, we were at 19 out of 22 and I killed 2 today. So there should be another one spawned somewhere to go to 22 out of 22. But I literally, I'm running laps and I can't find it. Check your super secret notes. Oh, with the I had some Vietnamese friends make me Vietnamese coffee once with sweetened condensed milk, and it is intense. It is good. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-dum. Let me do this. Perfect. Let me do this. What? What? He's got to be in east, right? Or maybe it's in north. Wait, I started... Where did I start climbing today? He could be in north. Maybe I didn't start in north. This is why you should always be sober when you do this. Oh god, I'm not invisible. Oh god. Everybody's asleep. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. God damn it. Hit the white mage or the red mage? Why are you guys all attacking the Corsair? What did he do to you? Oh, okay. Okay. Now they're gonna kill the Geo. No, the Bard. Oh wait, the Bard can sleep. Or he can't. Or not. Or he'll just sing Aria of Passion instead. Ah! Okay, now he's awake. My white mage is gonna... I should probably just leave and come back. This is stupid. I hate this game. Never mind. You know what? Limbus sucks. We're not going to play this game anymore. Thanks for hanging out for the stream, guys. We'll see you another time. Ah! Da, 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 da. I need a Temenos in it. I demand nostalgia. Let's just stand at the auction house for 2 hours. Hell yeah. We have it set to 135. Yeah. 900 rips? Damn. We're almost to 1,000 rips. That's crazy. There should be one more. We're 21 out of 22 into Menos. Maybe it is popping tomorrow, but I swear when we ended yesterday, it was 18 out of... If it was 18 out of 22 yesterday, wouldn't they have respawned? Unless there's like a fixed number in each zone. In each tower? Damn. So we can't do Ultima today. That's crazy. I thought it was just a certain number, but maybe there's a fixed number that spawned per tower. That sucks. What are we at in, can we pop Omega? Yeah, we're struggling. Could you please cast Horde Lullaby? Thank you. Let's go look at Apollyon. I have not done my around the world tour. No, I need to. I need to do that. I think it's Sunday. Do we have till tomorrow night? Yeah, I think we have, it's tomorrow night. So like we have technically Monday morning, Sunday night. But I probably should do it today. $11 p.m. tomorrow? Or is it tomorrow morning? Hold on. 2300. Okay. Thank you. So we have time. But I should do it today. Okay, what are we at in here? 20 out of 22. There should be 2 up. Okay, so we could pop fucking Ultima. We could pop Omega. Northeast 5. Dodo. Do you want to be a Galka Dad or a Galka Mom? I'm okay being Galka Dad. That's fine. No, I just really quickly opened up the menu and did it. You might have missed it. I don't know anything about that. You might have missed it. It was really quick. Dun, dun, dun. There should be a ninja here. Assuming I know how to read. Did I go to, yeah, Northeast 5? Did you guys see a ninja? I didn't see a ninja. Floor 5, Northeast. Maybe back here. Oh, I ran past it? Oh, he's right here. Holy shit. He was sneaky. I don't know. Does he blow up? I can't remember. He must not, because I can't remember. If it was a threat, I think he does do crazy big hybrid weapon skills though. No AoE sleep spam on this guy. No. Thank God. Too hot today, broke down, put the AC on. It's been too hot here for too long.
Boom. 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 I want you in my room. Let's spend the night toast from now until forever.
Did he say totes together? His first boom, I didn't even think that was Johnny. The delivery was so weird. Boom. Boom. Boom? He kind of went, instead of Johnny, he kind of went like Bill and Ted. Da-dum, da-dum. It's actually supposed to cool off here tomorrow. The high tomorrow is only
Excellent.
69. Excellent. You got snow today? Holy crap. What's a good movie I've seen recently? I don't really watch movies often. You know, the last movie I watched that comes to mind. The last movie I watched that comes to mind that was actually pretty good is when I was on a plane recently and I watched the Exit 8 based off the game Exit 8, and it was actually pretty good. And I think it's actually coming out in US theaters like this weekend or sometime soon because I keep seeing ads for it. Yeah. It was, I mean, if you've ever played the game, it's a really good video game adaptation for how simple the game is. Okay, Hachiya's almost dead, and then after this we're gonna go to Southwest 4. Mostly I watch old anime with my cats, and that's about the only TV I watch. We've been watching Dragon Ball Z. At night after I finish stream, I usually watch a couple or a few episodes of Dragon Ball Z Kai with my cats. Blue has the capacity to be very good, but it's very like average. It doesn't excel in a lot of endgame because it has like a lot of variety in terms of what it can do, but it doesn't like really shine in one specific thing. There's a few niche encounters where Blue is crazy good because it can do decent slashing damage and it can do like feather tickle and stuff like that. But in general, Blue kind of gets sidelined. Dex from the podcast is a Blue advocate, and even he doesn't play Blue very often. All right, Southwest 4. Da, 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 da. He doesn't have two Tizonas. That's true. That's true. You think Blue? I think Blue Mage could use a buff. I'd agree with that. I think that like Blue's, yeah, Blue is one of the only support oriented jobs that hasn't had spell like duration enhancements compared to core or bard or red mage or anything else. So its spells just don't last very long, and I feel like its potency of its spells. I don't know. I feel like they've kind of neglected blue in terms of how it plays in the end game, compared to like a bard or a dancer or a corsair or whatever else. By the exit. Oh, okay, I see it. Do-do, do-do, do-do. They just name it, yeah. So all of the NMs are named in Apollyon are named after the artifact sets, and all of the NMs in Temenos are named after the relic sets. In fact, some of them have apostrophes in their names. Okay, he's got a bubble there. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, please. Can we remove him out of his bubbles? Need a new job on par with Bard for buffs. I think the thing with Bard, I mean, I think Bard would be more replaceable with the exception of haste. Honor March is just too powerful. Bards are just too potent. Do you remember when Heg used to have official chat day and he would let us boss him around and wear all those funny outfits? I don't. I don't remember that. Does anybody else remember that, or just Poff? Is that a dream that Poffy had? Pepper's Farm remembers. What kind of outfits would I wear? Dude, I wouldn't be opposed. Look, I will if somebody funds a costume and there's enough financial support, I'll do anything. What's up, Phoenix? Look, I've told you guys, everything has a price. You want to see Hegmo in a maid outfit? Sure. Look, we can make it happen. Everything has a price. Have the stomach bug. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Drink plenty of fluids. Drink. Make sure you replenish those fluids, okay? Okay. Omega. We're going to die a lot to Omega. Look, we'd have to buy wait, we hire a full prosthetic artist and do you up in full Galka face and clothes just like your character? If you guys can figure that out, I'll do it. I'll do that at cost as well. I will do, like, I won't even just pay for the costume director. Have I got to hit? I've hit cap damage in even in Limbus before. Yes. Yeah, they suck. They're pretty awful. They're pretty tough. Should probably go swap my black red mage to sub black mage. We've got a lot of friends with us. For a man that hates Limbus so much, you sure do a lot of Limbus. Well, you know, I've got a duty. I've got a duty to protect the server, you know? Oh yeah, that's right. He has shock spikes too. I should probably switch to Ranger or something. Or Paladin. I always die to his spikes, don't I? They're like you die if you auto attack 2 attack rounds. Bad. Keep doing Ambu so I can get some money or go do something I enjoy. Ooh, that's a tough one. They are not dispellable. I think that they're undispellable for like the first X seconds and then they and then later you can take them off. I'm not sure. Were you tanking on Rune when you were on Omega yesterday? Nice. Dude, I love Temenos. Temenos is preferred in many ways. Man, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. counter build in here? You think so? I mean, maybe. It's true. I secretly love Limbus. I'm just trying to discourage people from doing it. So the slug pet apparently does work, but it also cuts into unique data. It doesn't reward any unique data, so it actually is discouraged. Because the HP just disappears and then reappears, but nobody gets credit for it. It's bad. All right, let's see if we can push it to the first standing phase. He already has spikes up, killing people. Very rarely. Very rarely does Beast have a significant role. Move it off the bit if you can. He's not on me. Ba-da-da. Bound. Okay, standing. We only have one bit out. We'll probably wipe here. Because they're going to keep coming out. I do too. People have been killing them though. Or at least somebody killed one of them. Paralyzed my rampart. Dude, that's awesome. If you got some pro red mages. Okay, he's sitting again. So we can move it back. There's two. I will be. I will be soon. Not currently, but at some point I will die. Yes. Let me see if I can do this. Oh no, those are all dotted up. Whatever, it's fine. So he ends up spawning them super fast. And like you can't keep up with the bits. You either have to spread them. He only spawns 12 at a time. So people generally either tank them, have a tank take 4 each. You have 3 or 4 tanks take 3 or 4 bits each, or you sleep them all and you bind them all and you just keep them out of combat. But he ends up spawning like 2 or 3 at a time. I mean, maybe. See, he's popping more already. There's 2 here. I don't know. Maybe we could keep up with them, since people have killed a few already. How does one sleep a machine? That's a good question. That's a really good philosophical question. Do androids dream of electric sheep? So the bits do AoE damage, and sometimes 3 or 4 pop at a time. It's really hard to keep up with them, especially combined with the Omega damage. And when he stands up, so they're stationary at first, but if he spawns them when they stand up, they'll run and they'll single target. So I don't know. Maybe there's a way to do it. See, there's 2 more. Oh, really? Talus runes? Nice. There's a 3rd one. See, now we're gonna die here. We're gonna die here. I'm actually gonna die over here. Do. I think that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think there's 12 here. Spoopy. Oh, fuck. Are we too close? There's no way. I'll just reset.
Egmo, I'm curious. How would you rank the Limbus gear sets?
Tarutaru D F tier. Everything else in A. Why am I like this? I didn't create the game. Why am I like this? Do 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 do. Ding, 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 ding. Tomorrow night for those Ambu points. Yeah, I need to. I need to clean up my inventory so that I can spend my Ambu points. Ba-da-da-da. Oh, login points at Vanabout rewards until reset tomorrow as well. Interesting. I didn't I would have missed that. Oh, we missed some. How do we miss? Okay, they do this every time. Does anybody notice this? The first Sleepka always lasts like seconds. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I like how everybody panicked and just started killing the bits. It was timey. So the first time we sleep that pull after they're all up, every single time, 3 months in a row, the Sleepka only lasts like 30 seconds. Every single time. Oh, maybe because they were bound? Yeah, that's possible. People keep getting up too soon. There's no escaping it. They're gonna kill you. Here they come. Boop. We'll try again. Hey, Hank, how's it? It's like walk the meme from like whatever that show was where he walks in and the whole place is on fire. Hey, sorry, I'm focused on this fight. I don't know if AoE damage is reduced. Probably. I mean, they have too much HP to AoE down though. And they hit too hard. Ripperino, baby. My favorite Mario game? I don't know if I have one. The last Mario game I really remember playing that I played 100% of the way through was Yoshi's Story. That was like one of the first games I ever 100%ed. Yeah, I think they just have too much HP to like AoE, and they do so much damage. The only way to handle them is to either disable them, sleep and bind, or to have enough tanks to split them. What is my Ooh, nice. Let's try this pull again, see if this sleep lasts. Yeah, I also am really bad at keeping track of YouTube chat sometimes, so I do apologize. Because I have, I have in-game stuff going on, and then Twitch chat, and then YouTube chat's in a separate window, and sometimes I click around and stuff gets lost. But I'm never intentionally. Well, that's not true. Sometimes I intentionally ignore people, but generally, I'm not just ignoring any questions. I try to answer everything. My bard crashed. That's no good. You like Cutie? Yeah, normally if Cutie says something, I will straight up just ignore it. Da-dum, da-dum. So they, the boss and all the ads have like a 200% movement speed. So even with gravity, if it lands, it, they move way too fast to gravity kite. You'll notice when we die and they're murking people that they're just like zipping around the map super fast. All right, let's try sleep again. Prototype! Yo! Why would you do that? Oh, I see. There we go. Why is there a bit awake? Why are there bits awake? I guess just ignore that one. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, somebody might be DAing it. There's 2 awake now. There might just be too many random people in the zone. Somebody just Thundara 3'd them. That's crazy. Okay, he's sitting again. Which means I'm going to move it back. Oh, shit. I died. That was a big stomp. He just one-shot me. Yeah, it was the extra fart animation that got me. Because it's a Shura, you would dot it and then run. Good idea or bad idea to stand up? Poor guy. Poor guy couldn't even stand up. We do have a lot of tanks here though now. We could maybe split the ads. We're down to 70%. Although it is also 7 o'clock. I might have to call it for the day soon. Still have a minute on my weakness. Are we still getting hit by that bit right there? I think we are. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty big crew. Do-do. Do-do-do. Oh, he's standing. GG. Bye, everybody. Do-do-do-do-do-do. See ya. Please give Heg the energy so he's prepared for the 5 remaining hours of stream. I think we might have like 5 minutes left of stream. Unfortunately. As much as I'd like to stick it out for Omega, I might have to come back to it tomorrow. I might have to come back to it tomorrow. Day 1 of the cyclothon? No, you said what you said. You said what you said. They're cyclothonging. 10K viewers over there? See, we would raid over there, but they wouldn't even know. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Mahora. Mahora, I can show you actually right now. If you go to Mahora, you home point in right here. And then it's just down the stairs. There's a Moogle. Ba-ba-da-ba. Did I ever get my title, by the way? Right here, Coordinator Moogle. Receive overall rewards. Oh, I forgot about this. View plotted rankings. I'm in here somewhere. Let's see where I am. Look at all these people that did all 1400. I don't think I'm on the first page. I was pretty close to the top though. Oh, there's fishing. There he is. March 30th. How do you get the title? Because I don't know if I got one when I turned it in. But doesn't everybody tie for first? Dynamis tomorrow. Yeah. I did get tied for first. Do, do. If you're not in the top 100 to submit. Oh, I see. That's crazy. I think on Shiva that shouldn't be a problem. Do, 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 do. You got to be quick. You got to be fast to turn it in. That's the... That... Oh, you can get kicked out of the top 100? I thought it was in order. So that boss... So we've been able to do that boss relatively controlled before. Where if you can get into a pattern where you run in and sleepga everything, beat him down to sitting phase, all the bits go stationary, and so you can basically get like 15 to 20% of his HP every rotation. If you're on top of it, when he's getting close to standing again, you can re-sleep or bind everything, and that knocks out them for another rotation. And if you can push it, you can keep all the bits contained to one spot. It's either that or you get 4 paladins or paladins and rune fencers, and each one grabs 4 ads and just pulls them to different corners. And then they're basically removed from the fight, and you can just wail on Omega. But it's a pretty tough fight. I think it's meant to take a few rounds and a significant amount of back and forth, because it's like a monthly lockout. A monthly lockout. All right, folks, I am going to wrap it up for today. I had a good time hanging out with you guys. We ended up getting all 5 of our Temenos runs in. We got a little bit of experience on our a little bit of damage in on Omega, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we come back tomorrow and he's dead. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We also got a bunch of Puppet Master EXP in. We got our Puppet Master levels, like 50 levels or something. 50 levels. BM! We'll be on tomorrow. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your little head. What else? Tomorrow we have to do our monthly tour. We got Dynamis Divergence to do and a few other things. So plenty to do. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's raid out. It's Saturday, and you guys know what that means. You know what that means, right? We're gonna raid over to Notorious Monster. You can head wherever you want to go, but we're gonna raid over to NMTV, doing some music tonight. Have a good night. And we'll see you next time. Goodbye. Bye.